Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana.
Version, any worship of God is worshiping the same God. It's just that we don't exactly know who he is. So I hear, my question for you is, because I know you've studied the Bible, so I honestly think you probably know more than me, even though I would say that I've studied a lot because of my deconstruction and reconstruction and all that. But my question for you is, what exactly, is there anything that would contradict, that would say, hey, look, I am only the Christian God? Does that make sense? Because I believe that it's just one. Yeah, I'll stop talking because I think I'm just digging myself in circles. But I believe it's
darling,
just one.
You're fine. We get it. It's okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think that there is any God. If you're talking strictly from the Bible, I think the Bible teaches that there is just one God. I mean, is that something you would agree with?
Yeah, I think for sure. I think it definitely talks about one God versus the you could versus the stories of the Greek gods and stuff.
Yeah. Is there a reason why I would want to accept the claims of the Bible about that God?
Yeah, I think if you come from a perspective, which I'm not trying to say, if one comes from a perspective that that there does seem to be a God, because I think that's a whole nother argument. But as part of my deconstruction, I figured, hey, there's due to atoms, and because of DNA, and just because of lots of other things, I believe that there is some version of a creator. I don't think he's some white guy with a beard, but I do.
You don't think God is white?
Well, I don't think he's a white guy with a beard.
Fair enough.
But I do think that all evidence points to some sort of intelligent design, and I think that there's nothing in the Bible that says scientifically, evolution can't exist. I don't think I think my reading of Genesis is very different than I think a lot of Christians, and even I know we're called Christians now, but even
yeah. How long ago do you think Adam and Eve lived?
Personally, I struggle with that one, because I don't think I don't think that was meant to be taken as a literal. I think that as a literal text, I think that was meant to be. Genesis was supposed to be the laws, and if you look at stories, they connect a lot.
Do you believe that Adam and Eve are the real first couple, though?
No, I believe that.
Do you believe that death entered through Adam? Because in Romans chapter 5, Paul says that through Adam, death came into the world and is now reigning.
Yes, so I believe that what he was saying there, so Genesis, I think, is supposed to be stories that were taken out of the Epic of Gilgamesh, right? It was a popular story, and I think there's supposed to be ways to teach, right, and how to teach morals, and that evil, I don't think is a. I think that's how they how a lot of, or in the time, they would use stories and combine them with, from my understanding, they would use stories and combine them with history at the time, to kind of tell the story. And so I think, I don't think it was a literal, evil came into the world through that. I think you could go back and you can go back and sorry.
What was Luke doing in chapter 3 when he traced Jesus's lineage all the way back to Adam?
Could you actually enlighten me on that one? I probably heard this before. I'm just not. I don't want to make claims for something that I don't exactly remember.
Yeah, in the book of Luke in chapter 3, Luke traces Jesus's lineage similar to what Matthew does, except Luke traces his lineage all the way back to Adam. So it goes all the way to the very first man, which also is in Chronicles. You can find the lineages in Chronicles, right? So it would seem to
Yeah.
me that like Genesis 5 has the lineage, Chronicles has lineage all the way to Adam, and Luke chapter 3 has lineage all the way back to Adam. As far as I can tell, like all of the biblical authors believe that Adam was real and that he had like actual sons and daughters that we could trace the lineage through.
That's fair. And I think I do actually remember some of that. I remember it went back to the root of. Or is this where it talks about like the root of Jesse, and then it goes back like?
I think
or
the stump of Jesse comes from Isaiah chapter 11.
That's right.
But in Matthew chapter 1 and Luke chapter 3, we have the lineages of Jesus. And the point of the lineage is to demonstrate that he came from David. Luke just kind of went the extra mile and said, well, we can trace his lineage all the way back to Adam.
Right. I'd have to look into that one more.
Sure.
So I'm sorry if I'm not representing. I'm looking at the comments, and I'm trying to be gentle,
you're
and
fine.
I'm trying.
As a matter of fact,
fine.
I do have a question. How old are you?
I'm 23.
I could tell you're young. So don't worry, we have patience. You're doing fine.
I appreciate it, and I hope that I'm not. Anyway, so I got tripped up with the comments.
Don't worry about the comments. Don't worry. It's
I
too.
know.
Yeah, it's gonna stress you out. Don't do it.
Yeah, like I can't even keep up with the comments. Don't worry.
Okay. So actually, I'm gonna take a pause on that one. I'm not gonna argue with you there because I personally, from what I remember, because I do remember that it does go back to at least from David, right? And then I know it goes. You're saying it goes past there, and I think I'm remembering. I'm starting to kind of piece that together, and I would go back to similar to other parts of like as a whole. I think that there's a lot of truth to the Bible, and I think that there are a lot of human actors in there, right? And so I think the people at the time were working with their best knowledge. Like even, I know it sounds like I'm probably, what's the word? Switching topics here, but I promise I'm trying not to. But I think of like Martin Luther, for example. He made a lot of claims, even and that wasn't that long ago in theory. That was only just a few hundred years ago. And even some of his claims that radically changed the church have already been have been how do I say this? How we talked about the Bible. People have said, hey, look, you're talking about the Bible and you're not wrong about some of these things, but like you're wrong about these. And how do I say that? I think there's a lot of interpretation there that I think one of the beauty, to me, what's beautiful about the Bible, and I know that's not a scientific thing, but what's beautiful about the Bible is that that it's held up in all these different cultures.
Aiden, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Do you think that the Bible says anything that is untrue?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Like, is every statement in the Bible factually true?
No, because I don't think it's. I think it's too. There's parts of it is law, part of it is poetry, parts of it is.
Right.
There's different history and parts. So there's different parts to it. So I don't think that if you take one section from one book, it could say something slightly different. But I think if you have to take it as a whole piece of literature, and even then, I don't even think it's. I think one of the biggest mistakes of the Bible is that we, is that it's. Is that we? I think it's a pretty complete book because I don't think I don't know what I would add to it, but at the same time, I don't think. Yeah, sorry.
Like if I go through the Bible, can I find things in the Bible that are untrue?
Well, do you mean what do you mean by untrue? Because that hold up to.
Well, let me ask you a question. If I provided you a contradiction, and here's my contradiction. Yesterday, Aiden went to the store and bought 5 loaves of bread. And then I say next, Aiden went to the store yesterday and bought 4 boxes of carrots. That's a contradiction because you did one or the other, right?
Yeah, well, I think that there are times that happens, and I think it's especially Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, right? They're 4 different authors, and I think that it would be like, let's say I have a friend that went to a store and can I just real quick, 5 seconds, and then I'll.
I already know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I don't want to.
I know that you can conflate the details from 2 different stories to make one story and make the contradiction go away. So let me be specific. Aiden went to the store yesterday and only bought eggs. Statement number 2, Aiden went to the store yesterday and only bought carrots. That's a contradiction, right?
Yeah, that is a contradiction.
Cool. All right. Now that type of contradiction is pretty abundant in the Bible. Is that something that I would expect to see in the Bible if the Bible is God's word?
Absolutely. Because I think yes, it's God's word. It's God inspired, but even then, I think it's really what I think it is it's people who. I think the backing of my claim is that there is a God that exists, and so in that there are people who are trying to figure out who that is, and I believe that there are. I think that.
Well, let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
How many unfactual things can I find in the Bible before I'm justified in saying I don't think I trust this book to be a reliable source of truth?
Well, I think it depends on what truth you're finding, because everything that Jesus is claiming to say, and that's why I reconstructed, is because everything that Jesus has claimed, I believe is not only contradictory, which maybe you can, I'm sure you can find, maybe something, but to me, everything that he said is something that I haven't found any way to refute and say this isn't true.
Okay, so we'll start real soft. We'll start easy with one thing that Jesus said. Do you have a Bible with you?
I do actually. I'm on a 10-week internship, and I grabbed my Septuagint instead of my regular Bible. So I've got the Old Testament here, plus but I've got my computer.
I've got the Bible with me. Let's read John 3:13.
My Greek heart is proud.
I know, right? Good man for having a Septuagint hanging around.
Yeah, I thought I was going quickly, and I know I'm gonna sound like one of those fake Christians, but I grabbed the Septuagint because it looks right like my other one.
Right. But... No, yeah, don't worry about it. Definitely don't worry about it. It's okay. All right, so in John 3:13, we have an interesting statement that Jesus spoke. He says, "No one has ascended into heaven except for the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man."
Sorry, could you repeat? Yeah, sorry, could
Yeah.
you repeat that one more time? I apologize.
Yeah, it says, no one has ascended into heaven except for the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. I think it's safe to conclude that the words in that sentence are pretty clear, right? It means nobody has ascended into heaven except for Jesus.
Yeah.
Right?
No one has ascended into heaven except the one who came from heaven, the Son of Man. Sure.
Yeah. Of course, the problem with that is in 2 Kings 2:11, it says Elijah and Elisha are walking together. And it says, as they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them. And Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven.
Yeah, I do remember that because they went up on the chariot of horses and
Right.
Elisha.
Yeah.
That is definitely one I'm going to be adding to my to my research. But I do think that again, like, let's see, John 3:13. I just wanted to read it because I'm more of a visual.
No, I get it. Are you in Bible college?
I am not. I'm in a. I'm in a Bible school, or I'm in a Christian school, or a Christian school for education. And then I was thinking about. I took a couple religion classes because I was thinking about pursuing a minor, but then just schedule wise, it just didn't work out.
I get that. Yeah. You believe that Jesus is the Messiah that was predicted in the Old Testament?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. Why do you believe that?
I believe that because, well, a couple of reasons. One is just because I think there's in Genesis 1, it talks about it prophesies and says that what is it? I'm trying to remember it from scratch, but it's the heel. It talks about the heel will bite
Genesis
the snake.
Genesis 3:15.
Something about my heel will stomp on the snake or something like that. And I think
so first of all, I don't think Genesis 3:15 is a messianic prophecy, but we should read it before we go much further, right?
Please do.
It says, the Lord said to the snake, because you have done this, cursed are you among all the animals, among all the wild creatures. Upon your belly you will go, and dust you will eat all the days of your life. Is that a description of Satan or of snakes?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry. I was trying to read along, and I couldn't.
Yeah, it says, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among all wild creatures. Upon your belly you will go, and dust you will eat all the days of your life. Does this description describe Satan, or does it describe snakes in general?
I think it describes. I think it's a part of the story that talks about good and evil, and I don't think it's supposed to be a literal. The snake is turning. This is the snake. I think the snake is supposed to be a representation of evil. I'm just saying that there is good and bad that exists in the world. I don't think it's
right. But who's being cursed right here?
I don't think it's it's the snake.
Yeah, it's the snake, right? Because it says, cursed are you among all the animals and among all the wild creatures, meaning it's part of the wild creature and the animal kingdom, right?
Yes. So
cool.
I believe that this...
And on your belly, he's going to crawl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we agree that Satan doesn't crawl on his belly?
I totally agree, because I think that this is a story... I think it's just like Noah is a version of the Epic of Gilgamesh. I think that this is a story that is telling, like, it would be like me telling my kids, hey, look, there does happen to be, some good things in the world and some bad things in the world. But I do think that because that there's a God that exists, eventually, eventually he's gonna win, and eventually, like, I personally don't think he. This is gonna get me in trouble with a lot of people, but I personally don't think he cares so much about us that I don't think he needed to create us, but I think that he. I think that how do I say this? Because I'm spinning in different directions. So let me get back to your question. What was?
Yeah. So let me tell you where I'm coming from here. What I'm
Yeah.
reading in Genesis 3 is a description of how snakes became the only animals known to mankind at this time in history to crawl on their bellies and to live a life of like being this lowly creature that burrows into the dirt, which is like the least desirable way of living, right? It's
Yeah.
because the snake was the animal that that caused Eve to sin, and so when it says, "I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers," he will strike your head, and you will strike his heel. To me, this is just a instructional story describing why snakes are the way they are, and why snakes and humankind have such an adversarial role with each other. And if you already know Babylonian literature, you would know that snakes are often pictured as being like the mortal enemy of mankind because they're sneaky, they crawl on the ground, they're like
Exactly.
wily. So when I read,
it would be a. Sorry.
so when I read this, I don't see a prophecy about the Messiah. What I see is a story that is designed to describe why snakes in the real world are the way that they are.
Okay, fair enough. I personally, you're right, and maybe I could, be. I, how- I think that it is. I think you're taking. Personally, I think that not you. I don't want to say you. I think that a lot of people take this too literally, and because I think that, like you just said, snakes in that time were a representation of evil already, and so I think why not if people were gonna, just like the Tale of Gilgamesh is a perfect, or if there's different tales of floods, so it would be a story to tell, a parable almost. I think in the same way that we take that and say, oh, snakes were literally turned into whatever. But to me, I think that's just a story of describing how we should act and how kids should act, and whether or not that comes from God is, I guess, up to your own interpretation.
Sure, but yeah, if you read the rest of chapter 3, everything in chapter 3 is like dead literal, right? The woman is cursed to have painful childbirths, right?
I think that's again, I think that's just saying that's a fact of life, is women have painful childbirths, and I'm
Right, but
sorry
why?
for it. Why? Because
Yeah.
that's just a fact of life, and I think that
But the story tells you why.
yeah.
The reason why women have painful childbirth is because of Eve's sin. So Genesis chapter 3 is taking things that people know in real life and giving explanations for it. If we were designed to live on this planet that God made for us, why do we have to toil by the sweat of our brow to grow crops? Well, he tells us in verse 17, because you have listened to the voice of your wife and have eaten of the tree which I have commanded you, that you shall not eat of it, cursed is the ground because of you. Why do women have painful childbirths? Well, because Eve ate the fruit. And Paul agrees. Paul literally says that the reason why women need to be subservient to their husbands is because Eve sinned first, which is why in verse 16 it says your desire will be for your husband and he will rule over you. So like even the New Testament agrees that Genesis chapter 3 is like a literal story that is explaining why things are the way that they are.
Could you say that last part one more time? I was with you up until, so even where?
Yeah. Remember when Paul talks about why women are subservient to men? Was it in Timothy? I can find it real quick. I've got it. Let me grab it. Yeah, 1 Corinthians 11, verses 7 through 12. A man ought to not cover his head, since he is the image and the glory of God, but woman is the glory of man. For man did not come from woman, but woman from man. Neither was man created for woman, but woman for the man. It is for this reason that a woman ought to have authority over her own head because of the angels. Nevertheless, in the Lord, woman is not independent of man, nor is man independent of woman. For woman came from man, so also man is born of woman. So he's in 1 Corinthians 11, he's evoking the creation order. And then if you go earlier, not to Corinthians, let me grab the appropriate verse. I thought it was in Timothy. Yeah, 1 Timothy 2, 11 through 15 says, a woman should learn in quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet, for Adam was formed first and then Eve. And Adam was not the one who was deceived. It was the woman who was deceived and became a sinner. But women will still be saved through childbearing if they continue in faith, love, and holiness with propriety. So the New Testament authors believe that Genesis was a literal story and that the consequences laid out in chapter 3 were literal consequences.
Yeah, and I believe that they did because, or I'm sure that some of them did. First of all, I want to go back to Timothy real quick because I just want to defend him a little bit because I think sometimes people take that verse and rightfully so because it sounds like it's saying that women should submit to their husbands and stuff, and I think that from an outside perspective, or at least it sounds sounds kind of crazy, but I also think you have to look at that one in whole. Timothy also says, but if anyone does not provide for his relatives and especially for members of his household, he has denied the faith and is worse than an unbeliever. He talks about and he talks about men submitting to being servants to their wives, and I think that just like at the
I think Paul agrees. I think Paul agrees with Genesis when it says wives are to serve their husbands. It says your desire will be for your husband, and your husband will rule over you, which is why Paul says in Ephesians, wives, submit yourselves to your own husbands as you would to the Lord. And
I think I agree that he definitely thought that, and because just like the men, just like the people at men at this time, they have a different reading of. They take different meaning of their culture. They have different meaning with symbolism and with all this different. I don't know how to say what I'm saying, but I think that yes, at the time, it's just like saying a lot of people thought that what's a good example? I can't even think of one. I sound dumb here. Oh man, what's a good example? I don't want to go to this one. Like there are certain concepts that we can, agree is wrong, throughout all of human history, right? Like I would say that murder is probably, is wrong. That said, you look at things like
was slavery wrong?
Well, slavery, I think there's a different context. I think yes, absolutely, slavery was wrong. I'm not going to try to say that slavery was good. I do want to say
always wrong.
Yeah. Well, do you want to say indentured? I want to talk about indentured servants.
I don't. I want to talk about slavery.
Then yes, I would say that it's always wrong.
Yeah. So slavery was always wrong. Owning another human being as perpetual property, that is wrong.
Absolutely. And I think even in times, I think every time it talks about it in the Bible, it says treat your slaves well, which I think that's just I think that at the time, I'm not saying that it was having slaves was ever right, but I think that God was speaking to the people at the time. And I'm not saying, some white man came down and said, this is how you should act. But I think that something was saying, hey, look, we need to change. And I'm not saying they were good. I'm not saying that anytime you own a slave, I think that whatever, anytime in human history it was wrong. But I also think that, yeah.
Is it okay to own slaves as long as you treat them nicely?
No.
Okay, so treating them nicely is kind of an irrelevant talking point.
Well, no, okay, fine.
Right?
Fair enough.
If it's wrong, it's wrong.
Fair enough.
Okay. So is it your contention that the biblical God never says that slavery is okay?
Say that again?
I mean, is it your understanding that the biblical God does not endorse slavery? Because it's my understanding that he does.
Okay, where are you? I'm curious as to where you're getting the active endorsement of slavery.
Yeah, Leviticus 25:44 through 46.
Leviticus, you said?
Yeah, Leviticus 25:44 through 46. You want me to read it, or do you want to read it?
You're male and female. This is Leviticus. It's the laws. It's when it's Moses' additional laws, right?
No, it's by God. If you read Leviticus 25:1, it says the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai.
Yeah, exactly. So Moses, yeah. Yeah, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, blah, blah, blah. Yes. So I have the same view on that I do with... I think that personally, I don't think that Moses, or I think that I don't think Moses really, how do I put this? Because I know the Bible says he came down and spoke to God in a cloud, and I believe that there are certain good things that Moses probably, did. I just don't think that, I think a lot of the extra laws, a lot of the extra stuff, right? A lot of the additional stuff was kind of the way that people kind of formed their government at the time, right? And I'm not saying that I know I'm tying myself in a trap right here.
Did God give this instruction?
I think that Moses gave this instruction. I think that Moses...
But did it come from God? So in Leviticus 25:1, when it says the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel and say to them," can we be confident that that's what actually happened, or is the Bible not to be trusted?
I think that the Bible can be trusted because I think that the Lord says to Moses, "Yeah, speak to your Israelites." I think that God
Thanks, Jay.
Coming from my claim that God exists, right? And I think that which is a whole nother, a version of a God exists. I think that you have to, from my perspective, is that the Christian God is not mutually exclusive, and so in that sense, Moses had he didn't, I believe that he had vision, right? I believe that whatever he thinks, I believe that God spoke to him, but I also believe that he was God. I don't think he wanted to completely control Moses, right? I believe free will is, a part of it. And I also think Moses, if I claim to...
Did Moses get it wrong?
I think he got a lot of it wrong.
That's a beautiful answer.
Did Moses write Genesis? Did Moses write the supposed prophecy in Genesis 3:14?
I think so.
So if Moses
Or no,
couldn't
wait,
fit,
yeah.
if Moses couldn't get Leviticus 25 right, why would I trust him on Genesis 3?
Fair enough. Because I think that you have to look at the two different things as separate. One, I think the earlier claim, right? I think was kind of the culture of the time, right? Again, I'm not excusing it. I think Moses and Aaron and I think that they had some sort of vision from God, and they said, "Hey, look, God's telling me this," and then they're also human who get corrupted and get tempted, and I think that they probably some power probably maybe went to their head. I don't know, but what I do think is that there's enough truth there to follow, to keep following down that lineage, and maybe because you're right, I do want to do more research on the topic we talked about earlier, which is the actual lineage tracing, because I've got the whole root of Jesse and past that and all that. But what I do think is that the story itself, all of it as a whole, leads up to. I still think that all those claims still lead up to Jesus.
Which
and
claims?
I trust.
Can you show me more?
Yeah.
Because actually, I've read all the prophecies. I don't think any of them point to Jesus. Want to read a couple of them with me?
Well, I'm not really familiar with that, so I'd have to do more research on that. But I think the reason I am a follower of Christ, the reason I still believe Jesus is because Jesus actually. So he was Jewish, and he didn't deny. He didn't necessarily deny the Old Testament,
Sarah.
right? But he
Good to see you,
did
Sarah.
what he did say. Sorry, but he did say that he kind of did say, "Hey, look, you're reading this wrong." I think, and without I think if
John
he were
chapter
to say,
6 was when you say you look to the scriptures. Is that what you're referring to? But if
maybe.
Let me find it. Yeah, Jesus answered him, "Very truly I tell you that you are looking for me not because you saw signs, but because you ate your fill of the loaves." Oh, that wasn't the one I was looking for. I must got the wrong
Yeah.
chapter.
You're
Ignore
fine.
everything I just said. There's another one in John where he says, "You look to the scriptures, but if you were really looking, you would have found me," or something like that.
Yeah, and I think that, so what he was saying, I think like, if I were to come down and say, "Hey, look, you're reading everything wrong," to a whole bunch of people who are set in their faith, I think that
John
what would they-
5:39. Sorry, I was one chapter off. John 5:39. You study the scriptures diligently because you think that in them you have eternal life, but these are the very scriptures that testify about me. That's what we were looking for, right?
Yeah, yep, that's the one.
Yeah, I agree with the Jews. I don't think Jesus is found in the Old Testament scriptures.
Okay. Fair enough. So I think, what I would think he was saying there is, and kind of in his broad message, is that, hey, look, if you really look at the scriptures, and if you really look at what these teachings are trying to say, I think we're doing the same thing as honestly as the Jews at the time, Christians. I think and I'm gonna paint us a broad picture, because I think honestly we need to humble ourselves a lot more, because I truly don't think 90% of Christians have done the actual work, but that doesn't mean that there isn't truth there, and so I think that the truth that we've held on to is this rigid reading of it, right? And we say it has to be like, like I growing up, not my church, I realized that my church didn't even explicitly say this, but I realized that like just because of the broad views of the church, I was scared to kind of I was scared to talk about or like learn more about like evolution. But then once I like learned about evolution, I'm like, oh wait, like I don't actually think that the Bible contradicts evolution at all. And I think that the reason I'll get back to your question. Sorry, what was it? I go off onto way too many tangents. I swear I'm not trying to.
It's okay.
Do that. It's just my personality.
We'll just do one more question.
Yeah.
What in the Old Testament is pointing towards Jesus? Like, what can I turn to in the Old Testament where I'd say, oh yeah, clearly it's pointing towards Jesus?
Honestly, I'd have to do more research on that one. You're right, because I was kind of the two things I'm researching right now is I've been doing a lot of Revelations, and then which I don't want to talk to you right now about, but and then sorry, I'm tiring out here. This is probably a good idea to kick me soon.
Fine.
Sorry, you did great, Aiden. You did great.
I'll just close out by saying this because I'm getting tired. I appreciate you guys, and I do want to do more research. I still think that there's a lot of truth to be held in the Bible. I think that if you look at it as a whole, I think that, there's going to be certain things that humans say and certain aspects that people misunderstand. And just like with, we don't know, we don't know 100% of what our DNA does. I don't think that all of it's useless. I think that we just don't know what it exactly does. And maybe some of it is useless, I don't know. But I just don't think that we have a complete understanding. And so I think that I do think that there is scientific proof for a God. And I think that me personally, I've everything that I've done still points to the claims that a Christian God can be real. But I appreciate all your, there's a lot of research I want to do to help defend myself and also to,
sure.
I don't want to say this, but
You're fine, Sweetie. We get it.
Aiden, we appreciate you coming up here. You did a great job. I know it's hard to get onto a debate stage and talk to people you don't know.
And thank you. I appreciate you guys. I don't love the work you're doing, but I do like the fact that it's, I actually do love it because I think that people need to be, I think Thomas Aquinas once said, all prelates must be questioned in order to be, or so that it's not a danger to the faith or whatever. And I think too many Christians are dumb Christians, no offense. And so I appreciate you trying to beef us up.
Absolutely. Well, come back anytime.
Thank you.
See you, buddy.
You're welcome back anytime.
Yeah,
oh, what a sweetheart. Yeah, guys. I mean, he's young. He's still learning his book. I'm pretty sure once we discuss more and he actually does the research, he'll see that the side and spectrum that we're coming from. Can we adopt him too?
Yeah, he was nice. Why do I see Kevin in the box? Kevin, why did I tell you last time you were here?
I'm gonna block him. He's the reason why my main account got bananaed.
Yeah, unless the first words out of your mouth is an apology to all the females in the live for sexualizing them and sliding into their DMs, so you're not going to get up in here. Anyways, how you doing, Jonathan?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good, thanks for asking.
All right. So who starts here, me or you?
Usually I do. I'm sorry, I took a bite of my watermelon at the inopportune time.
Oh, no worries.
I assume you're a Christian, right?
Yeah, I'm a Christian, yeah.
Cool. Are you driving right now?
No, I'm in a car, but I'm not driving.
Just checking. Okay.
Sure.
Do you believe that the Christian God is demonstrable?
Is what, I'm sorry?
Do you think you can demonstrate the existence of the Christian God?
Yeah, I would say so.
Cool, yeah. What's your best evidence?
For me personally, is I've sought the God of the Bible, and he's revealed himself to me.
So personal experience?
Yeah, that's what I think. For myself, yeah. And then there's also, then you can go and back up the creation of the world with biblical.
Yeah, so my friend Hanji here, my co-host, she has had various gods reveal themselves to her.
Okay.
But they're not the God of the Bible. So should I believe in them as well?
Well, I mean, I believe that there are also demons out there. I believe that just like when Moses went before Pharaoh and he turned his staff into a snake, so did Pharaoh's his they did it too. So I don't believe that the only power in the world is from God.
Sure. How do you know that that your God's not the demon and that Zeus is not the real God?
Well, I mean, Zeus is I think Zeus is pretty.
Tread lightly.
Have you ever seen lightning?
No, I have, but they make it very clear that,
there you go.
that it's a mythical god.
No, they don't.
Well, people say it's a mythical god, like they make it. They have it written in stone.
People who don't know any better. Have you read the Greek texts?
No, I haven't, but I saw the Disney Hercules, the movie. Yeah, that was
We're not
cool.
talking Disney. We're talking actual ancient archaeological stories.
Yeah. And Disney Hercules is pretty right on spot, though. You know, he has to come to Earth and prove himself.
So
and all that.
what? Yeah. So what would be the evidence that your God is the real God and Zeus is not?
Well, I think there's so many places you could start with. Is first of all, just the story itself sounds like funny and bogus.
Well, that's why I say about your God, the story sounds funny and bogus. So.
Well, not really. I mean, God is.
Oh, it
is
definitely does.
Because all these other gods, they're more about like, oh, he's the sun god, he's a lightning god, and when you read that stuff, it doesn't really speak to your heart, it doesn't really do anything for you. But when you
Zeus isn't the lightning god. Zeus is the supreme god.
Okay, well, whatever you want to call it. But when you read about the Bible, you know, it's all about the condition of the heart. It speaks to your heart. It reveals your heart to you, reveals your mind. You don't have any other of these false gods that do that. It's almost just like, hey, come.
Have you read the Iliad and the Odyssey?
Apparently not.
No,
apparently
I have
not. Oh, there's tons of moralized teachings in there. You keep saying things about other religions that you obviously haven't read.
Well, this is what I do know about other religions.
Disrespect is real.
This is what I do know about other religions.
Thank you forever for the subby.
Other religions, they kind of all say if you're a good person. Well, every religion will say you're a good person, right? If you're good, you get good results. If you're bad, you get bad results, right? That's pretty much every religion in a nutshell, right? Religion, right?
I mean, more or less. It's a little more complicated than that, but yeah.
A lot more complicated than that.
But for the most part, if you're good, you get good results. If you're bad, you get bad results, right? That's the majority. That's in a nutshell.
Do you mean results, or do you mean a good afterlife?
Whatever that religion may be, it could be reincarnation, it could be afterlife, whatever.
Because in most religions, the benefit of living a good life typically comes after death.
Yeah, exactly. So if you live a good life, then you get good results. Whether it be you reincarnate to your grandma, or if you believe in a heaven, you go to heaven.
Yeah,
if you're bad, right?
Yeah, and Christianity is the only religion that punishes you for not being convinced whether you're good or bad. You think it's just to punish people for not being convinced of a claim?
Well, as I was saying, this is what I believe, is that every religion says, you know, if you're good, you get good results. If you're bad, you get bad results. And then they also say most of them all agree with, in a nutshell, kind of the 10 Commandments. Like most of them will agree that murder's bad.
Oh, 10 Commandments, which are also the 42 laws of Ma'at, a goddess of truth in Egyptian pantheistic Kemetic-ism. So
exactly.
That's also something else that was taken.
Yeah, so the Bible ripped off the Egyptians. Cool.
Well, no, so you're actually proving my point.
Well, I'm actually not.
Well, these other religions, most of all the religions, they would all agree with they all agree in the 10 Commandments as a nutshell.
No, you're backwards. The 10 Commandments agree with the Egyptian religion. The 42 confessions. The 42 confessions of Ma.
That's fine.
Are you going to listen?
I'm listening.
The 42 confessions of Ma'at came before the 10 Commandments. Okay. The laws of Hammurabi was before the 10 Commandments. The laws of Eshnunna came before the 10 Commandments.
Okay.
There's a dozen law codes that encompass everything you'll find in the Ten Commandments that came way before the Ten Commandments.
Got it.
So if anyone's copying anything, it's the Ten Commandments.
Got it. So as I was saying, my point is not what came first or after. My point is that, like I said, they would all agree in a nutshell that murder's bad, stealing's bad, cheating's bad. Like, you know, now of course you can say
religions.
I know you're going to say that. Of course you're going to say they're not all the same, but hear me out first. I'm saying in a nutshell, they would kind of all agree in a nutshell. I'm not saying they're all exactly the same. I'm saying that
You don't have to
most
talk
of
to me in
them,
a condescending tone.
I know, but I noticed that I have to be very tricky what I say. You guys are correct every little thing I say. So what I'm saying is that in a nutshell, can you guys agree that they would all agree in a nutshell, that murder is bad, stealing's bad, cheating's bad? Would you guys agree with that? And that most religions say that. Can you guys? Yeah.
Almost all humans, religion aside, agree on that. You actually don't need a religion to agree that you shouldn't be executing each other.
Gotcha. But I'm trying to stay in point here. I know you guys keep jumping other things. Okay, so
actually we're not. You're literally the one that has been picking the topics we're talking about.
Well, you asked me to prove why I think God is imaginary, and once I start proving it, every little thing I say we're off, you guys go off on a tangent.
Well, you haven't proven anything yet.
Okay, so once again, most religions say if you're good, you get good results. If you're bad, you get bad results. Most religions, and you guys would agree.
Yeah, we already covered this. Yep.
Okay, and then she even quoted, "Oh yeah, the Egyptians say, yeah, you're right. The Egyptians say the same thing." So you actually proved my point right. So here's the point. But most religions will say this: you have to be good, and if you're bad, you get bad results. But here's the part where they all shoot themselves in the foot. How many times do you have to lie in order to be a liar? Just once.
No, they actually don't mention that. How many times do you have to be good before you're a do-gooder?
Good question. It's the same exact question. If I stood before a judge and I committed murder once, and I told the judge, hey, after I committed that murder, I helped the old lady cross the street, does it make my murder go away? What do you think? It doesn't, right? No, it doesn't. So in the same way, all these religions, they say, if you're bad, you get bad results. If you're good, you get good results. And then they have these rules of what things you're supposed to do. But here's the thing. They all shoot themselves in the foot because everyone has sinned. Everyone has lied. Everyone has done sin.
I know. We're all aware of the street evangelism tactics. That's why all the religions have a punishment that is proportional to the crime. So if you're an exceptionally bad person, then you would have an exceptionally bad punishment in the afterlife. If you were only like a little bit of a bad person, you might only have like a little bit of a bad time. Christianity is the only one that goes out of its way to say, nope, if you just don't believe in Jesus, it doesn't matter how good or bad you are, you're going to get tortured for all of eternity. So I don't find that to be a very compelling religion.
My religion is the fact that my deities don't condemn non-believers or people who do ill will to eternal damnation. We all go to the underworld, and how we were in life is basically based on where we go afterwards. There is no burning lake of fire unless you're worst of the worst, because in my religion, best believe Schmittler and Dom Herher are definitely getting torn apart by Titans right now.
Okay. So, so you have a religion that believes that, bad people do get punished and good people get good results. Your religion?
But everyone goes to the same place first. Everyone.
First? And then what?
Yes.
And then what?
A judgment happens.
And then what?
Did you not hear me the first time? I literally just say judgment happens.
Yeah, and then after the judgment, what happens?
Depending on how you were is where you go afterward. If you did banal things like stealing, for instance, you're not going to be burning in a pit of fire because you stole some bread to feed your family. You're going to go into Elysium with the rest of the morally good people. Now, if you're a psychopath, a diabolical being that does murder just for the hell of it, then you go to the lowest pit of Tartarus, but there is no suffering in the underworld.
And, so you're saying even the bad people that even the very, very bad people, they don't get punished in your religion?
Did he not hear what I said? Am
I
I
think he's
speaking Greek
confused.
right now?
I think he's confused by what the underworld means.
Okay,
The
go ahead.
Yeah, I am because I'm not in your religion. So if you have the patience to teach me, I'm willing to learn. But I don't know if you do or not.
Yeah, the underworld includes everybody. It's not just the wicked. It's the wicked, the good, and the in between. And then what happens in the underworld is based on how you lived your life.
Thank you.
Okay, so I heard her say that Hitler's being torn apart. Did I hear that correctly? By Titans?
In my viewpoint, yes, because he was the worst of the worst.
Okay, so Hitler's being torn apart, but people that just like stole for the family, they're not being torn apart?
No.
Is that how it works? Okay, guys.
Yes.
So different levels of punishment, stuff like that.
There are no punishments for people who do morally good things. Like I said, if you were to steal food just to feed your family because you came on hard times, you would still go to Elysium, which is considered your version of heaven because you were a morally good person.
So okay, so what is the ticket that makes you suffer in your religion? What's the thing that, like, what if I steal and I punch an old lady in the face, like that? What is that bad or not that bad? In your according to your religion?
It's not bad to a point to where you get torn apart. I mean, you're gonna probably feel the same fate of getting punched in the face for all eternity. There's layers to the underworld. Depending on how bad of a person you are, depends on you. That's why we only focus on the worst of the worst. We don't think of analogies like that. We think of people who are diabolical, who rape people, who murder people just to do it.
Yeah, the punishment you receive in the afterlife is proportional to the life you live. In the Greek texts that speak of it, they don't give like a list. Like if you did this, this is what happens. If you did this, this is what happens.
Okay.
Your fate is left up to a judge, to a judgment, right?
Okay. So is that your belief too, or is that just her belief?
That's her belief. I'm a stone cold atheist.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so according to what? I'm sorry. What religion are you? If you mind me asking.
Hellenic.
What was that? Sorry.
Hellenic.
She's Greek.
Okay. Oh, Greek. Gotcha. I never heard of that. Okay. Okay. So, all right. Well, yeah. So in your religion, there is punishment for sin, and there's rewards for being a good person, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is my perspective on Christianity. The reason why I believe Christianity is the truth is because, first of all, I believe that everybody has sinned, but I do agree with you in the sense that there are worse sins than others. I do agree with that. I do agree that people also commit sin ignorantly. Like if there's a guy that's born into a gangster family and all he knows is gang life. I had neighbors that were all involved in gangs, and their sons were born, and their sons would come and hang out at our house, and they were normal kids, and then I saw them slowly shift, and they became gangsters, and they said, Jonathan, this is all that we know, so we can't be anything else. And I felt really bad for them, and they joined that life. And so I know that God understands those things, but it doesn't mean that it's still okay. Just because you're raised in a family that says it's okay to shoot somebody because they're wearing a different color doesn't excuse the fact that it's okay. So, but I believe God in his mercy and his understanding, like Paul, Paul, the Bible says that Paul killed Christians for a living, but he
John,
said he
do I
mercy.
go to hell for not believing?
Do you go to hell for not believing in Christ?
Yeah.
That's what Christ says, but the question's not that simple, though. It's not that simple as it makes it
See,
sound.
you see how problematic that is? Because
Yeah.
you condemn people for just not believing. If someone were to meet Zeus one day and just be like, I don't believe in you, you don't exist to me, guess what? Zeus will literally look you dead in the face and go, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. What's
They don't
Revelation?
care.
Well, it's
What's
like
Revelation 21:8 say?
this. You tell me. I don't have a Bible on me.
It says the cowardly, the unbelievers, the abominable, the murderers, the sexually immoral, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all the liars will have their part in the lake which burns with fire and brimstone, which is the second death.
Okay.
All you need to do is merely be an unbeliever and you partake in the second death. Doesn't matter if you're good or a bad person. Do you think it's fair that unbelievers, whether they're good or bad, get the same punishment as Hitler?
No, and that's not how it is. That's why, like I said,
Okay, so the Bible's wrong. Cool.
No, that's not, the Bible's not wrong, but you're reading one verse and there's so much more to the story. It's kind of like I walk into the movie and I only watch 5 minutes of it and I walk out and I'm saying, hey, that's what the whole movie said. And you got to watch the whole movie. That's kind
Romans
of
10, 9, and 10, believe in your heart and confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord. How do I believe that in my heart and confess it if I don't believe it?
It's like this. Okay, so the Bible says many are called, but few are chosen.
You didn't answer my question.
I am answering it.
Romans 10, 9, and 10 says, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is, if you confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead. Yeah. If I don't believe that, how do I do it?
Very good question. Could I answer that, or are you going to cut me off?
I'm waiting for it.
Okay. So the Bible, Jesus says, all that the Father has given me will come to me. And Jesus says, you guys have not chosen me, but I have chosen you. And Jesus says, no one comes to Christ unless the Father draws him to him. So,
John, I know it.
Yeah, right. So people, it's not us that chooses Christ. It's
Christ chooses us.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're reformed.
Yes.
Yeah, so God's unjust. God, according to Romans chapter 9, creates some vessels for wrath and some vessels for holy use. So the people who go to hell because God designed them to go to hell, because God is not a God of justice.
No, that part is different. So
that part you don't like.
No, it's not that I don't like it. That part is you quoted one verse, but then you added your opinion to the next part of it.
Oh, I'll just read it for you then.
Go read it.
Okay, we'll see. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness in God? Certainly not. For he says to Moses, I will have mercy on whomever I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whomever I will have compassion.
Yeah.
So it is not of him who wills, nor of him who runs, but of God who shows mercy. For the scriptures says to Pharaoh, for this very purpose I have raised you up, that my power... Are you going to let me read it or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
For this very purpose I have raised you up, that I may show my power in you, and my name may be declared in all the earth. Therefore he has mercy on whom he wills, and whom he wills he hardens.
Yeah. Keep reading.
I'm trying.
Okay.
You will say to me then, why does he still find fault? For who has resisted his will? But indeed, O man, who are you to reply against God? Will the thing formed say to the one who formed it, why have you made me like this? Does not the potter have the power over the clay from the same lump to make one vessel of honor and one for dishonor? What if God, wanting to show his wrath and make his power known, endured with much long-suffering the vessels of wrath prepared for destruction, that he might make known the riches of his glory on the vessels of mercy which he had prepared beforehand for glory? So the vessels of wrath are the vessels that he prepared, he fashioned, he formed.
I find it so ironic that when it comes to their scripture, they need to follow a book when even my deities knew how complex human beings were, because they were just as complex as us. They literally said, we're just like you, just stronger, more powerful, eternal in a way, because we had the primordials before them. And even they saw the faults in humanity, but for some reason, Yahweh can't see that, but yet this is his supposed quote-unquote creation. Interesting.
I mean, according to the book, all the chaos that we see here is created by Yahweh.
Whereas we literally have a deity for chaos. Eris. Oh, she's a fun one. She's the reason why Troy fell.
Cool. Can I finish my point?
Go for it.
Cool. All right. It kind of feels like you guys just invite people on just to talk over them.
It's funny how you're the first person that we've ever talked over today. Do you think there's a reason for that?
Well, that's what you're saying, but I don't know if I believe that. But okay, so let me stick on topic here. So all these different religions, because you guys let me finish, all these different religions say you get good results. So no one is good. All have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. So it doesn't matter who you are, even if you're good or bad, everyone's bad. And if you say, well, there's people that are more bad than anyone else, the Bible says all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Everyone has lied, and we cannot do enough good deeds to outdo.
Were Zachariah and Elizabeth bad?
Oh, Mike also sent out 5 subbies. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, so
appreciate that, Mike.
So according to every religion, you have to become a good person in order.
Was Job bad?
In order to go, I'm going to finish because you guys can cut me off. In order to become a good person, in order to have good results in every single religion, you have to become a good person. Well, the difference between all these other religions and Christianity is you don't rely on your own self to change yourself. That means you are your own savior. You cannot change yourself, but Jesus Christ, he came to change us. If you believe in Jesus Christ, get baptized, he changes you. He forgives your past, no matter what it may be.
I don't need forgiven.
And he gives you a brand new heart. He gives you a brand new heart so that you can change. So all these other religions, they say you have to change yourself and come to God and fix yourself.
Yeah, but the problem with everything you're saying is none of that shit is true.
Okay,
you just believe it because you like it, but
Okay,
I don't believe it. It doesn't matter what you.
right.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter how flowery and poetic you think your religion is. I don't believe that any of it is true.
Okay, so I'm giving my opinion. I really don't care if you believe it or not. Could I finish?
Are you going to present evidence for why your religion is true, or are you just going to preach?
You just said, can I give my opinion of why I believe Christianity is true? And when I give, you start making fun of me. Is that how this debate is?
Jonathan, what's my background say?
It says prove me wrong, right?
Yeah, are you going to do that or no?
I'm giving my opinion. Are you going to let me talk or no?
Is your opinion on topic?
It is. I'm talking.
I would love to hear it. Thank you. So please present the evidence that you said you had that your God is real.
Okay. Like I said, you said, why do I think the Christian God is real? Because according to the Bible, it makes more sense than anything else. Because every single religion, they say if you're good, you get good results. The Bible says everybody has sinned. I look around and say, you know what? I think the Bible's true on that. Okay. Every other religion says if you're good, and then the Bible says no one's good. I look around, I agree with that. Everybody has sinned and falls short of the glory of God. So that's one evidence right there for me.
That's not evidence.
Maybe not for you. Maybe not for you. But I'm saying
it's not good evidence because I disagree. I don't see that at all when I look around.
Listen, I believe if God Himself were to talk to you, you still wouldn't believe. But this, so I don't really care if you believe it or not. You're asking me for my opinion.
Is the Bible completely true?
That depends on what version you have.
Does the Bible say anything that's untrue?
That depends on what version you have.
Which version do you want me to read?
Let me finish, because you're good at just cutting me off. You're good at that.
Because you have nothing
You're really
to
good
say.
At trying.
I'm saying it. Okay, once again,
what you're doing is you're just preaching about how you like Christianity better, and none of that has anything to do with evidence for Christianity being true.
Look, okay, so is this TikTok like, hey, say everything I want you to say or I'm going to cut you off, or do I really have to, can I say my opinion?
No. Unless your opinion is actually on topic, I don't want to hear it.
Oh, so my opinion has to agree with your opinion.
No, your opinion has to stay on topic.
Okay,
this is not a live where guests just get up and preach about what they like best.
Okay,
this is an actual discussion about whether or not your God is real and whether or not you can prove it.
You're right, and like I said,
so can you prove your God to be real, or is it just your, or is it just your opinion that He's real?
The Christian God says that all have sinned. No one deserves.
Thank you,
heaven. Every single other religion says you have to be good on your own.
All right, we'll do this one more time, Jonathan. I don't care what other religions say. I don't care how convincing you like the message of Christianity is. Do you have evidence? If the answer is yes, I would like to hear your evidence. If the answer is no, say no, and I'll move on.
You know, they're so arrogant.
Okay, you keep taking my mic off, dude.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, you're saying the same thing a lot. You're saying you don't like what I'm saying, so don't talk about it.
I didn't say that at all. What I said is, are you going to say something on topic? Are you going to actually present a reason why I should believe in your God? Or are you just going to explain why you like your religion better than the other ones?
It's the same exact thing. You said the Christian God.
It's not the same thing.
The Christian God means.
Do you know what evidence is?
Yes, I do you know what evidence is?
Is evidence the same thing as I like this best?
Look, no. You said the Christian God is imaginary. Prove me wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm saying according to the Christian God, which is the Bible, correct?
I'm
right?
aware of where the Christian God is described. It's described in the
Yes,
Bible, but I don't
exactly.
believe the Bible to be true.
Then why are you even asking this question then?
Do you
That's my
have
point.
evidence?
I'm saying this.
Do
If
you
the
think that
Bible says
if I
something,
believe that the Bible is true, do you think I would be an atheist?
okay, look, it's like this, man. It's funny to me because it's like saying, hey,
I asked you a question. I would like an answer to it. If I believe the Bible is true, do you think I would be an atheist?
He's not listening. I agree, Lancer.
now look, I'm trying to give my answer, and because you don't like it, you're
I
cutting me
asked you
off.
for an answer and you didn't
I'm
give me
giving it.
one, so I
Can
asked
I
you a
give it?
second time. Are you going to give me the answer?
Yes, the Bible
Cool.
says. Okay, here's the evidence. The Bible says that all.
That wasn't my question. I'll repeat it for the third time. If I believed that the Bible was true, do you think I would be an atheist? Yes or no? Try again.
No, you would not believe it.
Great. Okay, so just merely quoting the Bible isn't evidence of your God. Can you try something else?
That's not even a real debate, dude.
So you don't have any evidence. Your
Okay,
evidence.
how
Your
can I
evidence.
prove- how
Your
can I prove
evidence
a God
starts.
wrong?
Your
You're
evidence
telling
starts
me-
at.
You're telling
Your
me prove a
evidence.
Christian.
Your evidence starts with the presupposition that the Bible is true. Is that the best you have? I think that's actually all he has.
This is so funny
Thanks,
to
Jerry.
me. I'm sorry. Oh, win Jerry for the galaxy. Thank you.
W Jerry for the galaxy. Yeah, his whole argument rests on the fact that we already believe that the Bible is true, which is the most nonsense argument I've ever heard.
Okay, you keep cutting me off, dude. So I'm not even sure if this is even a fair debate, dude.
I don't think it is. I don't think you're equipped for this.
No, I'm very equipped for this, but you don't like to talk to guys who actually know the Bible. That's
Are you
the
going to
part.
present the evidence or no?
I am. I am.
Cool. Let's do it. I'd love to have it.
Okay, here's the evidence. I won't even quote scripture. If you look around at the people in the world, can you find a perfect man? Can you?
I don't think I need to.
Please just answer yes or no, God's sake. Can you find a perfect?
All right, listen here, SDE. What you're not going to do is you're not going to belittle or talk down to host. I get it. You Christians have a habit of playing victim or feeling that your deity is only true. But let me tell you something. When it comes to this debate space, we actually look at scriptures. We actually like yes or no answers without
No, that's not
monologues.
true.
If you cannot provide that, you are wasting our time. This is not your live stream. If you want to go on a monologue and a tangent, you could do it on your own time in your own space. We're here to discuss. We're here to discuss. If you cannot handle the discussion, then you don't need to be here.
I don't think it's me that
Continue,
can't.
Justin.
I don't think it's me that can't handle the discussion.
Yeah, so the answer to your question is the answer to your question is that a perfect man doesn't have a definition. Define what a perfect man is.
Okay, can you find a man in the world that has never sinned?
Yes, you're looking at him right now.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna play games then. Okay.
In order for sin to exist, your God must exist.
Okay, so how about your friend there? Does she believe in bad or good people?
We all believe in bad and good.
I thought you said you don't believe in good.
I don't believe in sin.
Okay, so
Sin is different.
Sin requires your God to exist.
So sin is different than bad?
Yep.
Okay, so let me rephrase this again. Do you believe in a bad person and a good person?
I think that there are people who do bad things and people who do good things and then everything in between.
Do you believe that there's anyone that has never done something bad?
No, of course not. I don't think there's a person that's ever lived that did nothing but good.
Exactly. So if I find a Bible verse that says that, I will go, that makes sense, right? I go, oh, that makes sense, right?
No, it's common sense. You'll never meet any person from any religion who has ever believed that there was a person that lived that never did anything bad.
Exactly. So if everyone has done something bad, then who is a good person?
People who do good things.
But they've done bad before.
Yeah, but they've done good before.
Does my
See,
good,
this is the
does my
trouble with your analogy, and this is where you street evangelists get it mixed up. You say,
okay
well, if you do one bad thing, you're a bad person, but you can do
okay
100 good things and you're not a good person. So this
so
this is where
so
common
once
sense is.
again,
This is
you're
where
right.
common
You're right.
this is where
Common
common
sense.
sense is needed.
Yeah.
You're not just a bad person because you did a bad thing.
Okay.
Your life is a balance. You've done
Okay.
tons of good things, a certain number of bad things. At some point, the bad things or the good things are going to be balanced against each other. You're not just good because you did good. You're not just bad because you did something bad.
hmm Well, here's the part. Here's the part. Okay, you can go so many ways with this. So, if you're a bad person, you're saying here's common sense. If I stood before a judge once again and I committed murder, but I tell the judge after I committed that murder, I spent 50 years in charge of an orphanage. Does it make my murder go away? What would you say?
No, you
No?
still did the thing. Yep.
Right. So in the same way, that's common sense. Even if you do a lot of good things, it doesn't make your bad thing go away, right?
Yeah, and if you did one bad thing, it doesn't make all your good things go away,
Exactly.
right?
You're right.
There you
But
go. So every human
exactly.
being is a mixture of good and bad.
You're right. So because God is God, because God is perfect, and if we do a sin, he has to punish sin. That's why he sent his son so that we don't
No, he doesn't.
pay the punishment for our sin. That's
He
the
doesn't.
answer.
He doesn't punish sin.
That's what
We
happened to Jesus
we
Christ.
already covered this. He does not punish the sinner. He punishes the non-believers.
We
Your
have
God is not a God of justice. In fact, if you want to start quoting the Bible, I can just show you in the Bible how he's not a God of justice.
Well, I thought we're not using Bible scriptures. I thought I'm not allowed to do that.
I
But you
didn't say
can.
that. I told you that I don't think the Bible is true,
But now
but
you're
you
quoting it.
do. But
Wait.
you,
So when I
but
quote it, you
but you
block
do,
you mute
Jonathan.
me. But when I quote the Bible, you mute me. But you can quote it.
I didn't mute you when you quoted the Bible.
You said don't. You said prove God is real without using the Bible. That's exactly what
No,
you said.
I told you that quoting the Bible isn't proof that your God is real, because I don't
So,
believe that the Bible's true.
so I can't use the
But I
Bible.
can
So I can
use
use
the
the.
Bible to do an internal critique on your worldview because you believe that it is true.
But then I can't use the Bible in return to just to go my point.
Because
What are
in
you doing?
my worldview, the Bible is not true. So you can't use the Bible to critique my worldview because I don't think that it's true.
So
But
on
you
this
think
debate,
it but
gotcha.
you think it
Okay.
is true. So
Okay.
I can quote the Bible to critique your worldview.
But I cannot quote the. So you're saying in this debate, in this discussion, I'm not allowed to quote verses, but you can?
No, you can quote anything you want. I'm just telling you that I don't believe that it's true. So
Okay.
quoting the Bible is meaningless in proving that your God exists.
You're right. So then why is it not meaningless when you quote it? Why can you quote it, but I can't?
Because you believe it's true, not me.
Okay, look, but if you're going to use evidence from the Bible,
Jonathan, do you believe the Bible's true?
yes, I do.
Do I believe it's true?
No, you don't.
Does quoting the Bible to me make it true to me?
No, it doesn't.
Cool. If I show you things in the Bible that are bad, is that a problem for you?
No, it's not a problem for me.
If I show you in the Bible something that is inconsistent with your worldview, is that a problem for you?
It's not a problem for me because I have other
Cool.
verses
Then
that
let's do
explain
it. Do you think God is a God of justice? Yes or no?
God is a God of justice.
Cool. Does you think it's a just thing to punish people for the crimes of others?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you think it's a just thing to punish people for the crimes of others? For example, if I commit a crime, should my child have to go to prison for me?
There's some verses in the Bible where God does do that, and there's some verses where he does not.
I'm asking you, is it just for my child to go to prison for my crime?
Like I said, there's some verses in the Bible where God does do that, and some verses where he doesn't.
I'm asking you about objective morals. Is it objectively moral for my child to have to be punished for my crime?
If God is bigger than I am, if God does something, there's a reason why he did
Stop
it.
evading it. Is
I'm not
it
evading- that's the answer.
just?
That's
Is
the
it
answer.
justice
That's the
for
answer.
a child to pay for the crime of his father?
I just gave you the answer. I just gave it to you.
It's yes or no.
No, it's not yes or no. I just gave you the answer.
It's yes or no.
You want me to say it again?
It's
I
yes
said
or
no.
no. It's yes or no.
His fucking attitude. No. It's not just.
The answer is no. Jonathan, do you have children?
Okay, you guys keep muting my mic, dude.
Jonathan, do you have children?
Once again, like I said,
Jonathan, do you have children?
Some people don't bring my kids in this, dude.
Jonathan, do
No,
you
don't do that,
have
bro.
children?
Hey, bro, don't bring my kids in this, bro.
I'm not bringing them into it. I'm not asking for their names. I'm not asking how many you have. I'm asking, do you have children? Are you a father? I'll start. I am a father. I have a child. Do you have a child?
The
answer is yes. Do you think it would be just if you went out and robbed the store next to your house? If you robbed that store, do you think it would be fair if your children went to prison in your place?
Hey, I'm gonna get off your guys. You guys keep muting me, dude.
Cooked.
No, absolutely not. You guys.
Now he's just crying.
Okay, bye,
No, you got
princess.
Bye, Cupcake. He knew the answer to the question. The answer to the question is no, it's not just. And he already knows, because he's read the Bible, that the God of the Bible does that over and over again. God punishes people for the crimes that they never committed. So let's move on to the next.
He was so triggered over a question that's based on his Bible, but yet he loves the Bible so much.
It's funny, yeah, how when he wanted to quote the Bible, it was like gospel truth, but when I quoted it to him, he ran. How you doing, Sally? Sally, you with us? I think Sally butt dialed.
I think so too. Oh, Justin, you can call me Nero. I have 666.
All right. Hanji, Dexter with the 10 subbies. W Dexter, thank you so much, Dexter. Let's see some W's in the chat. This is like 3 days in a row with sending out some subbies. Dexter's probably sent out like 50 subbies already. Oh, Mount of Truth got into the guest box and dropped out in less than a second. I guess the Holy Spirit wasn't with him.
That was the one that was basically washing the feet of his precious Jonathan.
I saw that, yeah. Christians, if you're in here and you think that your God is demonstrable, I'd love to talk to you. Let's have a discussion. All right, we're gonna get the next guest in here. How you doing, India?
Hi, I'm fine.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Do you think that you can demonstrate the existence of your God?
I think, and this is based off of what I believe. Hold on, let me turn this.
She'll be back. Give her just a second.
Guys, I think I'm on my last container of watermelon. I have to get some more watermelon tomorrow.
Oh no, we need a watermelon emote.
It's the perfect snack in the summer. If there's a better snack than watermelon in the summertime, I don't know what it is.
Watermelon with balsamic glaze and mozzarella.
I think India's back with us.
Yes, I'm back. So as a Christian, I believe, and I don't want y'all to mute me for saying what I believe, but as a Christian,
are you going to preach or present evidence?
You want evidence? You can open up a Bible. You have one on hand.
Is the Bible evidence?
To me, yes, because I'm a Christian. If you don't mind me asking, what do you identify your religion?
Well, I'm an atheist. Is the Epic of Gilgamesh evidence that Marduk is Lord?
Do you have evidence of atheism? You have a science book?
Well, have you read a science book? Do you know Big Bang cosmology? Have you read about how the world works, how evolution works?
Yeah.
Are you aware that even if evolution is wrong, it doesn't make your God real?
I don't think evolution is wrong.
Yeah, but even if science is completely wrong, all right, 100 years from now, we discover the Big Bang's not real.
You believe that science is wrong?
No, I don't. What I'm saying is, even if science was wrong, it wouldn't make your God real. So it doesn't matter what I believe.
I don't think science is wrong, and I still believe my God is real.
Awesome. Yeah, what's your best evidence for your God?
Science.
Cool. Can you present some of the
Yeah.
evidence?
I mean, how can something just happen without a cause?
I don't think something happened without a cause. I think the universe, matter, space, time, and energy is eternal. The same way you think your God is eternal.
Right. So,
but I can point.
Seeing scientifically with your scientific eyes, you can see that things do wither and die here on Earth.
Yeah. Why is that?
Because we are not eternal here.
Nothing's eternal except for matter, space, time, and energy, and it takes different forms.
Right. Okay, so you're answering the question for me. So if that is eternal, how can you not believe in an eternal cause that caused that?
You mean a God?
Yeah.
Can you show him?
No, can you?
No, that's why I don't believe in him.
Can you show the cause of the science that I'm asking you that you believed in?
I just told you the universe has no cause. The universe is eternal. It's an uncaused cause. Is your God an uncaused cause?
He is God.
Is your God an uncaused cause?
He doesn't need one. He is God. That is.
Is your God an uncaused cause? It's yes or no.
Uncaused cause. Your question doesn't even make sense.
Fighting so hard for a Canaanite deity is hilarious.
I know. Is your God an uncaused cause? Is he the prime mover? Yes or no?
Yes.
Cool. So logically, it's coherent to have uncaused causes, isn't it?
Yes, because
cool. So I think the universe, everything that's in it, is an uncaused cause. It's always existed and it always will exist, which is why we have a principle that says energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
But you will not always exist. You will die one day.
I know. And everything that makes up my body will take on a different form. I will go into the earth.
Go where?
And I will become fertilizer and worm food. But I'm not going to disappear. I'm not going to go into a poof. All the molecules that are in my body will go into the earth. They will still exist.
Well, that's up to you if you want to.
No, that's just true. No, that's just factually true. Atoms do not just disappear.
Okay.
That's just a scientific fact.
You're questioning your own thinking by having these questions about your own personal faith.
Thank you, Bunny.
What you believe in. So, do you really believe in what you believe in? That you will actually.
I don't believe in a God.
Once you die?
I don't believe in an afterlife. Why would I believe in an afterlife?
Well, that sounds personal.
Well, you're the one claiming that there's a God.
Yeah, because there is.
Cool. Can you demonstrate it?
I'm speaking with you right now.
So
sharing a word that I believe in.
Yeah, you existing isn't.
I don't have a responsibility to do so. You can believe in what you want.
Well, that's literally the whole point of this live is for you to prove me wrong. Prove me that your God exists outside of your imagination.
I cannot prove something to you that you cannot believe for yourself.
If there was evidence, I would believe it.
I'm sorry?
If there was evidence, I would believe it. Do you have evidence?
Well, you're just contradicting yourself. Evidence.
Do you have evidence, yes or no?
Do you have evidence that you'll die and just be atoms?
Yes.
Until you die?
Yes. What are we made of?
I don't know that for. Can you show me evidence?
Yes.
That when you die, you will just be atoms.
Yes.
What?
Do you know? Do you know what? Do you know what an atom is?
Can you give me a scientific experiment?
Did you not answer the Malaka's question like 6 times? Is she that dense?
She is.
Zeus. Hey, Divine Order.
Good to see you, Divine.
Are you just gonna mute me anytime I question you?
Well, I didn't mute you. She muted you because you were talking over me. So what is our body made of?
But I'm asking you a question.
You didn't ask me a question. I was in the middle of talking and you were talking over me. So what is the human body made of? What is it comprised of?
We are from dirt.
Oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and then a mix of smaller, like minor chemicals, like there's copper, zinc, magnesium. Okay, so we're all made up of elements, aren't we?
Dirt, yes.
Yeah,
They come
yeah. Do
from
you know what
Earth.
elements? Do you know what elements are made of?
Atoms? You want to get
Yes, exactly. So all the elements in our body are made up of atoms, and all those atoms are categorized into elements by weight. So our body is comprised of elements. Elements are comprised of atoms. When we die, all the atoms that are in our body are going to decompose into the ground, just like when you buried your dog, just like when you buried your goldfish. That all of our compositions, we're all going to become fertilizer, just like every animal that died before us.
And my question is, do you have evidence of a human, a person with a brain? You have the capability of understanding those things. Do you have evidence that you will just die? You're not your own consciousness will not go anywhere. Do you have evidence of that?
Yeah, the fact that we have no evidence that our consciousness exists outside of our body. See, things that don't exist don't have evidence.
Okay.
Like, what's your evidence that the tooth fairy doesn't exist?
The tooth fairy doesn't exist.
Yeah, but what's your evidence of it?
It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, but what is your evidence of it?
I don't need evidence to believe everything. Someone could put a book in front of your face and say that this is true.
So things that don't
not
exist.
true.
So things that don't exist don't have evidence, do they?
They do.
Okay, so then what's the evidence that disproves the tooth fairy?
That is really a redundant question because the tooth fairy doesn't exist.
Right, but what's your evidence? You're making a claim. I want to know, what is your positive evidence that the tooth fairy does not exist?
The tooth fairy doesn't exist. Fairies don't exist.
They do. If your answer to the tooth fairy
tooth fairy exists.
If your evidence for the tooth fairy just doesn't exist, then my evidence for your God not existing is your God doesn't exist.
Well, the Bible proves that.
By definition, things that don't exist don't have evidence, do they?
It does. It's a text that proves.
Okay, show me in the Bible how it proves your God existing.
The Bible itself, it is.
What about
Scripture, it is word that he lived.
Is everything in the Bible true?
And miracles here on earth.
Is everything in the Bible true?
And he rose.
Is everything in the Bible true?
Amen. Yes, it is.
Okay, does the Bible say even one thing that is untrue?
No.
Okay, do you think that a contradiction counts as something that's untrue? Like if I said, is your name Endia? Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to make two statements. On Saturday, Endia went to the store and she only bought milk. Statement number 2. On Saturday, Endia went to the store and she only bought eggs. Is that a contradictory set of statements?
I guess.
Right. Only one of those could be true. They can't both be true, right?
Well, who knows? I mean, that never happened.
That's just how we're talking about
scenarios is.
Endia, I'm trying to get you to understand what a contradiction is before we read one. Do you understand that a contradiction are two statements that cannot?
What a contradiction is. You're not going to belittle my intelligence.
Great. So a contradiction is two statements that cannot be simultaneously true. Good. Right. So let's go to 2 Kings 23. Do you have a Bible?
Yes, I do.
All right, go to 2 Kings 23.
I think it's on her phone.
Oh, she doesn't have a Bible. Why do these people never have Bibles with them? They get into a live debating the Bible with an atheist and they don't bring their Bibles.
I'm not even a Christian or atheist and I have a Bible.
Hanji, if I was hosting a live that said the Greek gods are fake, would you not show up to my live with like all of your Greek texts?
Damn right I would. Maybe even knock on your door and be like, "Now you know damn well you're wrong." Sit you down and give you the books.
No, Hanji would straight up burn the house down.
No. I'd be like, "Here, we're gonna read this one, and then we're gonna read this one. Hold on, I have this one with me."
I don't know what happened to India. We lost her. The Lord took her.
Oh. Are you still with us, guest?
Yes, I'm still here. I couldn't hear over the demon cackling, so.
All right, we finally got you
Oh, I'm a
back.
demon now. How beautiful.
I know
They're not, but
they
you
hate women
allow demons to
talking.
dwell in your space and
Listen, you need to
silence
I
listen
don't
those
believe
that
in.
speak the
Hey,
truth.
India.
Hey, India, we will not permit a woman to teach over a man. Listen in submissiveness and quietness, okay? 2 Kings 23:29. Do you have it?
2 Kings 23, what?
2 Kings 23:29.
And also, demons don't exist either, princess. Nice try, though.
Joyful, thank you for the star. Good to see you, Joyful. Joyful has been absolutely cooking. Listen, India, I know your Bible is probably on your phone, but you can't use that. Every time you go to your Bible on your phone, we can't hear you. You're gone.
Yeah, and also when you mute me, but it is pulled up.
We didn't mute you. You're just swiping away from the app. And when you swipe away from the app, we can't see you or talk to you. Thank you, 40. Okay, so I'll read it since you don't have a paper Bible. It says, in his days, Pharaoh Necho, the king of Egypt, went up to the king of Assyria to the river Euphrates. King Josiah went to meet him, but when Pharaoh Necho met him at Megiddo, he killed him. His servants carried him dead in a chariot from Megiddo and brought him to Jerusalem and buried him in his own tomb. So just like a flat reading so far, we can conclude that King Josiah was killed in Megiddo and they carried his dead body back in a chariot, right?
You just read it.
But yeah, I'm getting your agreement first. Is that what it says?
I don't have to agree to you. I heard what you read, so.
Well, before we move on, I need to make sure you agree with me on what it says. Does the text say that he died in Megiddo and they took his dead body back in a chariot?
That is what is written in the Bible.
Cool. So the answer is yes. I don't know why that's so hard. Now, the
Because
parallel
you're
passage.
the way you're asking, you don't need to ask for confirmation. You have
I
more
do.
authority. You just
Because
have
I
a
read
phone and a
because I
TikTok
read this
live.
passage because the second I read the next passage, you're going to start saying that the verse said something it didn't say. So let's read 2 Chronicles 35 now. 2 Chronicles 35, 23 through 24 tells the same story. It says, the archers shot King Josiah, and the king said to his servants, take me away, for I am badly wounded. So his servants took him out of the chariot and carried him in his second chariot and brought him to Jerusalem. And there he died and was buried in the tombs of his ancestors. So in 2 Chronicles 35, he dies in Jerusalem. In 2 Kings 23, he dies in Megiddo.
Do you have a paper Bible? Or are you looking at a computer screen?
I've got both. I've got the computer in front of me and I've got my paper Bible right here.
So why not read from the paper Bible?
Because I've got literally the same translation up on my computer as I have in my paper Bible.
I'm supposed to believe that?
Do you want to see it?
I mean, you believe
I'd
in
rather you
Yahweh.
read from the paper Bible. I mean,
Does
you
it
have your
do,
guess.
do you think BibleGateway.com says something differently than my Bible?
I'm not sure. I haven't been on Bible, whatever, Gate Pornhub.
I read directly from the NRSV updated edition.
Okay.
So where did King Josiah die? Did he die in Jerusalem or Megiddo?
I mean, you're asking me a question that, I mean, neither of us were around for. So if you want to...
Is the book true?
If you want to negate a whole text...
So she's scared. She can't answer it. She saw the contradiction and now she's running. She's running hard.
I'm not running.
India.
I mean, I've
India, it's a contradiction.
Many text science books that contradicted itself, but still.
I can't with you.
Are you going to answer the question or are you going to run?
What question you want me to answer? If I believe it, I still
where did
believe
King
it.
Josiah die?
Wherever he died. I can't change.
Okay, so we'll try again. So it says in 2 Kings 23, King Josiah went to meet him, but when Pharaoh Necho met him at Megiddo, he killed him. And his servants carried him dead in a chariot from Megiddo and brought him to Jerusalem. in Second Chronicles, it says his servants took him out of the chariot and carried him in his second chariot and brought him to Jerusalem. And there he died and was buried in the tombs of his ancestors. So did he die in Megiddo or Jerusalem?
You're asking me a very sought out, very like planned out argument that no one is prepared for but you. But that is
so it's just a contradiction. Just admit it.
I mean, yeah, it could be contradiction.
Thank you. It's a contradiction.
Who
Easy.
doesn't have trust in the text itself. I mean, you can let that one
Do you think this is the only one I got? Did you think that this is like the one thing that destroyed my faith?
Pull up. I mean, what did destroy your faith? Is it text that destroyed your faith? I mean, it sounds like.
All right, so let me ask you a question.
Trust in man.
How
man has written.
How many false things in the Bible do I need to find before I just say that it's unreliable?
I mean, you really just don't.
Let's go to Hosea chapter 11. I'm going to read one verse in Hosea 11, and then we're going to go to Matthew. Hosea chapter 11, verse 1 says, when Israel, and this is my paper Bible just for you, says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. What's the prophet saying right there? Is he talking about history?
It is a historical text.
Yeah, he's talking about when Israel left Egypt in the Exodus, right?
Right.
Sure. Is there a prophecy in that verse?
I'm sorry.
I'll read it again. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. Is that just pure historical, or is there a prophecy in there?
There's a prophecy.
Sure. Where is it?
I mean, you're gonna continue to read. I'm not gonna. If
No. In that verse,
you can just speak your truth. I mean, to show your evidence that you so love. And
no, I'm trying to get you to tell me what you think is happening here. What's happening in Hosea 11:1? Do you not know?
Oh, I know. I'm just. It's not for you to prove anything to me. It's really funny how you're trying to prove to yourself.
I'm not proving to myself. I already know the answer to everything I'm going over. I've done this 100 times.
But you're still here.
Yeah.
Trying to prove to yourself through people who believe.
No, I'm demonstrating to an audience of 900 people how foolish Christians are.
I'm foolish, but
yes.
I'm not wasting my time. I mean,
oh, she's running now. She got her shoes laced up. She's ready to run.
Nobody's running.
She ready to run. So what's the prophecy in Hosea 11:1?
Would you like to share?
I'm asking you.
But I asked you right back. Would you like to share? I'm not gonna say anything for someone to.
Endia, there's no prophecy.
Have a
Endia, there's no prophecy in Hosea 11:1.
Right. So just continue saying what you're saying.
Before I move on, do you agree with me that there's no prophecy there?
No.
Then where is it?
Continue saying what you're saying.
Answer my question. If there's a prophecy in Hosea 11:1, what is it?
Your question. Continue saying what you're saying.
Oh, you're scared. Do you have the Holy Spirit? Endia, do you have the Holy Spirit?
I don't need my confirmation.
She didn't have the Holy Spirit. She knows she's getting walked into a trap and she's trying to avoid it.
You don't need
I know. She's running because she knows she's about to get pulled into a trap.
Do you want issues?
Profoundly what you believe.
India, if there's a prophecy to be fulfilled in Hosea 11:1, can you tell me what it is?
You sure can.
There's not.
Oh. Okay.
I
Moving
said there's
on.
not. You said there is. I'm asking you, where is it?
Man, this is stupid.
I mean, the only one that's showing lack of intelligence here is you, for the simple fact that you cannot answer questions. So before you mumble of your breath, man, this man is stupid, maybe actually, oh, I don't know, be prepared for this conversation. How old are you, 18?
We started the conversation with her adamantly saying that the Bible doesn't contain anything that's false. We found one right away. Now she's terrified to enter into the next discussion because she knows that I already have read this 100 times and she's about to get cornered. So she's just refusing to follow along.
I think we should move on to divine order. Me and him were actually talking about a discussion.
Yeah, I think divine.
I feel that would be very
About
interesting for the conversation.
To be.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Talk
right.
to your Yahweh.
Let's get somebody with some intelligence up here.
Yes. Bring up divine. Hey, we in here.
we finally have a worthy adversary in the box.
I've been waiting. I've been watching the last few days, and
listen, Divine, if somebody's gonna prove me wrong on something, it's probably you.
All I'm gonna say is I spent the last few months. I've been doing a lot of studying, so I'm prepared. I want to run you were talking about the unmoved mover with the last guest. I do want to just go through the premises from the beginning.
Let me ask you a question, Divine.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Before we start. If I say to you that I think it's logically consistent that a God could exist, could you get me from that statement to the Christian God?
Yeah, I can demonstrate how God is necessarily Trinitarian.
Okay, because that would be more entertaining, to be honest.
Yeah, sure, but I just obviously would like to. I'm not going to take long on it.
We can still go over the initial argument. I'm just letting you know that the second argument is going to be more entertaining.
Okay, so we'll start just simply that, you do accept that the universe would require some kind of unmoved mover, something which actualized and set the universe in motion. I think you would agree with that.
Yeah, I think the question is, can the universe itself be an uncaused cause, or does it need an external uncaused cause? But my problem with giving an external uncaused cause or like an external prime mover is there's still no explanation for the external prime mover.
Yeah, so the reason why the universe cannot be the unmoved mover is because whatever actualized this change, right, whatever set the universe in motion, would have to be actualizing this change external of itself, right? And the only thing that can actualize a change external of itself would be an agent, right, or a mind.
I don't know if that's true.
Okay, we can just quickly.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine.
I got a little excited.
The thing is, with a material unmoved mover, like a naturalistic explanation, it would be actualizing this change internally, all right? And if it actualizes it internally, well, then it's not the unmoved mover. Also, there would have to be a explanation to explain why it is because the universe would be composite, meaning it's made up of parts. Therefore, there's going to be a principal reason for its composition. So that would be my problem with the universe being the unmoved mover.
Yeah, and so the problem I have with the God being the unmoved mover as part of the universe is I think it suffers from the same problem.
How so? What problem? Because obviously it would be a mind, so it can actualize this change external of itself.
Well, yeah, but in order for a mind to actualize change, time must already exist. Change cannot occur without time.
Yeah, so this would be like based on how you're understanding like time, and this is where it gets like really into like the deeper side of it. And can God actualize change? If people say, how can God like cause something if he's atemporal, right? That wouldn't make sense. We would just say God is pure act. Like there was never a time where God decided to make change. So this wouldn't be a problem for us.
But to say that God is pure act, you would be assuming then that every action he's taking is happening all at once for all of eternity, which means if he created the earth or the universe, then he would have created an endless string of endless universes because he's doing it all the time at every point in time.
I have no problem with like I actually probably accept the universe as eternal. I don't think there was ever no thing. Like I actually don't. I think there's some evidence for a beginning, but not really. Like nothing to. There's evidence that the universe expanded, not so much that there was no thing. I don't even know what that is. So I would just say.
You and I agree on that. I don't think either one of us believe there was ever nothing.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit incoherent. But to the point about how God would have been actualizing for all eternity, I would say the perception of God's acts would obviously, for us, it would seem like change is happening, right? Based on our perception. But there was no actual change taking place. Like, for example, when God created the universe, right, to us, we perceived that obviously we weren't here to perceive it, but when we did become conscious and start perceiving these things, that was when we perceived the change that God created, but the change already happened. So change would be happening.
No, right. I understand that from our perspective, time is going to be relative. From God's perspective, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
The problem I have is, even if we're looking at God's perspective, if you're outside of time, if you're atemporal, then everything that you do is happening all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if everything you do is happening all the time, then if you're interacting with time, let's say he's interacting with time to create the universe within time or to create the planets or whatever, then that means there's an infinite number of Earths being created at all points in time from our perspective, because in God's realm, he's always creating.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, this would assume, though, that because God is always in a state of pure acts, that he has to be constantly making multiple versions of the thing that he's actualized.
Yes.
Why would there have to be multiple versions of the thing he's actualizing?
Right. Okay. So if he's actualizing something that is in time, but he's actually acting outside of time, then that means inside of time, there is an infinite amount of act happening at every point in time, because on his atemporal timeline, he's doing everything continuously all at once. But when he does something continuously all at once that is in our timeline, then it's replicated on our timeline an infinite number of times.
Yeah, so I don't think that, for me, maybe I'm just not grasping. I don't think that follows. Maybe I'm not grasping it well. But I would just say, because God is actualizing this change external to himself. Okay, it doesn't have to be if it was internal to himself, then I would agree with you. But because it's external to him, then it wouldn't be this multiple planets you're saying.
Right. But if God is pure act, right? Let's imagine that the act of creation, right, is happening atemporally. That means atemporally, he's always creating, right?
I think that's maybe misunderstanding what we mean when we say God's pure act.
Well, if God is not continually doing something, then he can't be pure act.
Well, pure act would just mean he has no potential to change internal to himself. This wouldn't limit that he can't make changes external.
Justin, I'll be back, darling. I'm going to tuck the little one in.
Sure,
I would say being pure act would say that you can't actualize change internally. Internally he cannot change, but external he can actualize change external to himself.
Right, but I think
that would be what I would say.
The problem, I think the disconnect between your position and mine is so I see like two zones. We're going to call this the zone that is in time. We'll call this the plane of existence that's outside of time, right? So this is God's plane of existence. So I think a lot of time when Christians perceive God on this plane of existence, they're actually perceiving God on a little dot that has no timeline. And they think that's atemporal. My view of atemporal is different. My view is that we've got this timeline, and it's not a speck that is irregardless of time. It is a speck that is infinite in all time. So because God cannot see the future and the past unless he's in all time periods, because he is infinite, because he lives in infinite time. So in order for that to be true, then anything God does in infinite time is happening at all points in infinite time.
Yeah, but this this would assume. I'm curious. Your chat's probably following better than me. I understand what you're saying, but maybe we're just disagreeing on the jump. What you're saying would make sense to me if we would say the change is happening internally to God. But if he's actualizing outside of himself, right? Then why? I still don't get why you would have to do this infinite amount. He can create forever, sure, no problem with that. But I don't see how that gets us to an infinite number of Earths.
Yeah, because every time God does something, he's doing it an infinite number of times because he's living in an infinite number of, we'll call it time slots for lack of better words, right? Because
Okay.
he's living in a timeless existence. So anytime he does something that interacts with time,
Yep.
he's interacting on our timeline an infinite number of times because he's doing it an infinite number of times on his timeline. So every time he touches our timeline, it's an infinite number of things.
I disagree. I think he can actualize change external to himself without being an infinite number of times.
I just don't see that as being the case if you're atemporal. And I understand that this is going to be probably an impasse because neither one of us can demonstrate what it really means to be atemporal.
Well, so I would agree with you because I agree. If God is atemporal and he can change internally, he's actualizing this change internal of himself, right? Then I would agree this would cause what you're saying. However, if God, who is atemporal, right, if he's actualizing the change external to himself, this would allow for the change to happen also inside of time. So we could just say that the change could be happening inside temporally, but God, who internally is atemporal, like God himself.
Yeah, internally, but if God is acting, he's doing something externally.
Yeah, and this is why I showed how the unmoved mover must be a mind, because the only thing that can actualize change external to itself is a mind.
Right, but let's do one thing first. We have to get rid of internal and external dialogue, because if God is completely immaterial, there's no such thing as internal and external. So if we conclude that God is doing anything internally or externally, then we cannot say that he's immaterial.
Well, I would say if he's pure act, right, which means he himself internally cannot change, right? I don't see how that would be an issue for him actualizing change external to himself. This would just, to me, show that he's omnipotent, because he can possess properties without becoming those properties.
Right, but you cannot have something that's external to yourself if yourself is immaterial. It doesn't take up any space. It doesn't take up any time. It doesn't take up any material. Internal and external, by definition, require some properties of time, space, or matter.
Yeah, why?
Because it denotes space.
Go over that point again. Why can you not? Why does the immaterial mind not allow for this? Sorry, just run me through.
Yeah, because something that is immaterial doesn't take up any amount of space,
Okay.
Nothing at all, right? So in order for something to be external from God, God has to have some kind of materialist existence, or there can't be something external to God. If you extrapolate the other way and we'll say God is just omnipresent, well, then there's still no external. There's nothing external to God because God's omnipresent.
Well, no, because like I, for example, I would argue I have an immaterial mind and I could actualize change.
Oh, I don't think that our minds are immaterial, though.
Oh, sure, but under my worldview, I would say
Right.
an immaterial mind can actualize change.
Hold
Right,
on, gentlemen, just 1 second. Guys, I understand you guys don't get it, but I am enjoying every second of this. It's like I'm watching Aristotle and Socrates in real time. Okay, continue.
I know.
The British Aristotle.
We already lost like 300 viewers, but I wanted to have this
sorry.
conversation
I'm sorry.
because it's okay. No one
I
likes.
don't care. I'm enjoying this.
Not a lot of people like philosophy, and I don't even like it. But if I'm going to do philosophy, I want to do it with divine order, because you're like the only one with the brain trying to do it on this app. Okay, so my personal opinion, and I think you already know this, is I don't believe that our mind is immaterial. I think our mind is a product of our brain. And so I think that's one area where I don't know if there's a place for you and I to find a whole lot of agreement on, because I don't think science can demonstrate that the mind exists outside of the brain. And I know you and I previously talked, I think the closest like example we can come up with are near-death experiences, right?
Yeah, I think I've read some interesting NDEs which are, they've been published like medical papers as well. I think it's definitely interesting, even if you're an atheist. I think some stories definitely people should look into them. I have myself, because I was an atheist, obviously, as you know, and I used to read about them. So I would say I do have a question for you. If you believe the mind is simply just physical and there is no immaterial mind, do you believe in free will?
I don't think I do. I did up until this year, and I think what convinced me, well, I'm still a little bit on the fence, but I'm siding right now a little bit towards no. So there's been a couple studies recently at a few universities where they basically asked people to make decisions, and they were like scanning the brain during this time period, and they pretty much discovered that people's subconscious mind were actually making the decision before people were aware of what their decision even was, which means a lot of the processing for our decisions might actually be happening subconsciously.
Yeah.
Now, the problem, the hang up, of course, with this is that I don't know if it explains why people are able to change their mind. So if you asked me, hey, is it 5 o'clock? Well, my subconscious mind might be able to tell you, no, it's not 5 o'clock, but I might second guess myself and be like, oh yeah, it is 5 o'clock. Well, what the hell did I second guess myself for? How is that? What's the mechanism for that, right? So that's kind of where I'm at with free will. I think we've got like good scientific evidence to suggest that our brain is like super good at processing, and it's processing things before we were aware that we're processing it. But I don't know if that is able to account for the fact that we're able to change our minds.
Yeah, I obviously, I don't hold to that view, and I hold to the view that under it's naturalism. I know some atheists do believe in an immaterial mind, which I have critiques of, but they're spiritual. So if you believe in just the brain, right, and I would say you have to say there's no free will, because then every choice you would make would be just predetermined biochemical reactions. And you could say the same to me, but that's where we would say we have this immaterial mind, and then someone will argue, oh, well, we see examples where if you destroy someone's brain, they clearly still aren't there. But I would say, imagine like a musician has an instrument, and let's say the instrument broke, right? This wouldn't mean the player of the instrument is necessarily broken or there's something wrong with it, but the thing that displays the music, the instrument itself, would appear broken. This is how I would explain the duality of the immaterial mind and how biochemical reactions were currently, I guess, bound to this brain temporarily.
Yeah, it's the vehicle analogy, right? I think we might have touched on the vehicle analogy. And I think it's a good analogy. That I think my concern with the instrument or the vehicle analogy is that we have evidence that the vehicle exists. We have evidence that the musical instrument exists.
Oh, of course. I'm just presupposing it so I can justify free will under my view. That's all.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So,
my bad.
Yeah, you understand. I won't beat that dead horse. You get it.
Yeah. So, another question I have, because I'm curious how you would do this. Do you believe like laws of logic and things like these transcendental concepts? Do you believe they exist external to the mind, or not?
Yeah, so I think the first time somebody asked me that, I was on the fence. At my current position, I think I'm firmly in the camp that nothing transcendental exists. I don't believe in any transcendentals whatsoever.
So, like, would that claim itself be like logical? Would that be true or not?
Yeah, so when you say like what is true, the best we can say is like what can we determine is like the best we know in agreement with reality, right? So as best as you and I are able to tell, like we can test a claim, right? But can either one of us prove that we're not brains in a vat? I don't know if we can, but I'm okay with that, right? So like when I say like I don't believe in transcendentals, it's not a positive claim that I know 100% that there aren't transcendentals. I'm just saying that I personally don't see any evidence that transcendentals exist.
Well, I think if there is transcendental concepts, I do think they would necessitate a transcendental mind. Because I think concepts like logic and morality, I believe concepts are mind dependent. And obviously, if you believe there is no mind external to the human mind, there would be no grounding, obviously, for these concepts, right?
Right.
But obviously, that again is pre-sup. I'm just testing your position. So, if you don't believe logic exists external to the mind, wouldn't that be kind of like an absurd position? You don't believe logic exists? That would. How can you make any logical claim? How could you even logically deduce that? How could you even say the statement logic does not exist external to the mind? Like, would that be objectively true?
Well, I think logic is just a description of how things work, right? So like if I said, there's a piece of metal in my hands, right? Now, that's just like logically true. There either is or there isn't. But I'm just describing the state of affairs. That's all. There's no like principle. There's no law of the universe that dictates that this has to be here. So I'm just describing it.
Okay. So would you say there can be a P, like you would obviously say then there can be a P and a not P. You would say the universe can exist and can't exist at the same time under your position?
No. When we have the three laws of logic, I think the three laws of logic, as far as we can tell, adequately describe the way the universe works. But I think that the laws of logic are descriptions. I don't think that they're transcendentals.
So you think they're descriptions of it. So if there was no human minds to perceive a contradiction, would you say contradictions would be possible?
I don't think contradictions could exist without the human mind.
You don't believe contradictions. So under your position, if there was no human minds, could the universe exist and not exist at the same time?
Right. That's what I'm saying. In order to say that the universe exists and not exists, we have to use vocabulary.
Mm-hmm.
And vocabulary comes from the mind.
Yeah, sure. Like I'm agreeing with you, right?
Right. So the minute we describe something, we're invoking the human mind. So once we eliminate the human mind, we have no words, we have no vocabulary, we have no way to describe the world, which means there's no such thing as a contradiction.
Mm-hmm. So under your position then, if there is no human minds, you would say it is logically possible for the universe to exist and not exist at the same time. You would have to, because there's no laws of logic for it to contradict.
No.
These laws of logic don't actually exist under your position. They aren't.
No, I'm not saying reality would be different. So here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the laws of logic wouldn't exist. What I'm saying is that the laws of logic don't exist. They already don't exist. Whether we are here or not, the laws of logic don't exist. The laws of logic they're abstract things that we developed in our minds that accurately describe the universe. Mm-hmm. And so would the universe be the same without our minds? I believe the answer is yes.
So is that claim logical?
Yeah, I think the claim is consistent.
But then you would be presupposing there's some kind of, I guess, logical standard in order to say it's consistent, right? You're saying there's some using logical.
I'm not presupposing logic.
You're trying to make a claim that is true, but in order to make a truth proposition, right, you would have to have some kind of grounding for these propositions. It seems circular. Like it almost seems like a self-defeating almost.
No, I'm just saying if our brains didn't exist, would the world still exist? I think yes, the world would still exist. I'm just saying that there is a state of affairs that would still exist if we weren't existing. I'm not saying that there would need to be laws that they were abiding by. I don't think that the laws of logic exist. I think the laws of logic describe the universe.
Okay. So under your view, 2 + 2 = 4 isn't like a necessary truth. That isn't like a necessary truth that would be true independent of the human mind perceiving that truth. Would that not be the case?
No, I think that is the case, the way you described it. So if humans don't exist, I don't think 2 exists. If humans don't exist, 4 doesn't exist. So I think 2 + 2 = 4 is an unintelligent sentence if humans don't exist.
You think abstract objects are dependent on the human mind to exist?
I think abstract concepts are dependent on the human mind. So if I say 1 rock plus 2 rock equals 3 rock, well, that's true only because you know what 1 and 2 and 3 are, right?
I disagree.
But if we don't exist, we just have rocks.
I disagree. I think that the concept that 1 + 1 rock equals 2 rocks would exist even if there was no human minds to describe that thing.
I know. I know that's your position.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with your position. I just don't think you can substantiate it.
Well, I think by showing that your position, obviously, if you can't ground laws of logic as being something that's actually true independent of the mind and they don't exist, then you would be a fool in making any attempt at making a logical claim. Any kind of deductive argument you give or any inductive argument would simply be a waste of time under your own position.
No,
it would be.
Have we demonstrated the laws of logic to not adequately describe the universe?
I don't understand the question. Sorry.
I mean, when we apply the laws of logic to the universe, what's its win record? Is it 100%?
I don't understand. What do you mean? What's its win record?
When we apply the principles that we find in the laws of logic, have they ever failed?
When we apply the principles, have they ever failed? Well, there we go. That word failed. Right. That would fail. What would failed even mean if there's no such thing as if you're not making a logical claim? If it's not grounded in logic, then failed wouldn't really make sense.
That's what I'm saying. When we apply the laws of logic, are they always consistent with our observations?
Yes, but I think you can only ground these things as being actually true, or make any kind of logical claim if logic actually exists external to the human mind. If it doesn't, then it's just a, I don't even know, like a. It's just to me, it would be if it's not if you can't ground the laws of logic, then any claim you make isn't logical. But if your claims aren't logical, then you're not. It's like almost like your claims aren't grounded in anything.
But they
That's
don't
a
have to be
problem.
grounded in something transcendent. They just have to be, what's the word I'm looking at? They have to be dependable, right? So, for example, let's take something that's dependable. When we have uranium always decays at a predictable rate. At least in our example, we're gonna not invoke too much science. Uranium always decays, okay? I think that's something we can say is true. But does the fact that uranium always decays, is that a law that has to happen? Or is that just a description of how the universe works?
Uranium always decays. Well, I think it's logically possible that uranium doesn't always decay somehow. So I wouldn't like. I would say the only way you can show that something like isn't logically possible would be through a contradiction, like a squared circle.
Well, I think we do need that because you're a believer that entropy is real, aren't you?
Thank you, Darius. Entropy.
That the universe is in some sort of state of increasing entropy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Right. Yeah. In order for entropy to exist, we have to have radioactive decay, don't we?
Yeah. So like that would just like say that the universe couldn't have been any other way.
Exactly.
I don't think it's logically.
Now we agree.
I think it's logically possible that the universe, in terms of like the physical properties, like uranium, I think that could have been logically. It's logically possible they could have been different, right? But I think the laws of logic couldn't have been different. Under your view, you believe it's possible that there is a world where a squared circle can exist. Do you believe?
Oh
it's
no,
possible?
I don't have any evidence of that.
Yeah, but under your position, that would be possible.
I mean, under my position, we can't rule out that there could be other laws. But what I'm saying is what we know is that the three laws that we have are foolproof. I can think of 0 times where they have ever failed. The only exception to that rule is what they're saying right now with modern quantum theory. According to quantum theory, it is possible for something to exist and not exist at the same time.
What's the? I mean, I'm not going to deny it. I haven't heard that before. Something existing and not existing at the same time?
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, so in quantum theory, are you familiar with quantum foam?
No, I'm not. I'm not as much of a science guy. I'm trying, but it's more of a philosopher. Phil,
right. I know, it's okay. So in quantum theory,
to be fair, I wouldn't even call you a Phil bro because you actually know what you're talking about versus the people who literally like go on a Reddit scripture or YouTube and think that they know how the laws of logic work. So the Phil bro terminology doesn't work for you. You actually do understand and know how to argue philosophy the proper way.
Thank you. I feel loved right now. All right, let's hear it. What is that, if you don't mind? Or you could send me a source. I've added you on Discord. I joined your server yesterday.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah. So quantum foam, I think the best place to start is probably, I would go to the Wikipedia page. It's not good. There's next to nothing on it, but it'll get you a start. There's a good article on Big Think, but there are better ones. I think. Let's see. There we go. We want to look at virtual particles. If you just like Google quantum foam virtual particles, you're going to come up with a number of papers that talk about how virtual particles can actually go in and out of existence.
Okay. In and out of existence. Okay.
I know. It's wild. And this actually, this is a problem not just for me. It's a problem for other science fields right now because they're trying to figure out whether or not this does away with the old law of energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Because if virtual particles can come in and out of existence, what does that mean for energy? Can energy come in and out of existence at some point if the virtual particles are interacting with it? It's wild.
What would that even mean? Where I guess if they come in and out, would they be going to like a different plane of existence, or would they just be stopping existing entirely? That'd be really weird. I don't know.
They go to a different plane of existence, but they actually. You really want to read the papers on it. It's insanity. But anyways, the long and short of it is, the reason why I bring that up is because I am open to the idea that the 3 laws that we have can possibly, when we come up with more information, be added to or subtracted from as needed. When they are no longer adequately describing the universe as we know it, I'm okay with changing them.
The law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, and the law of exclusive middle. You think one of those?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Because if virtual particles are real, if we can determine that they are able to pop in and out of existence, then the first law is problematic.
Okay, thank you for the hand hearts. Okay, that's fine. I think we've been over the logic point enough. I'm not like conceding. I think I know your position. Obviously, I would say it's absurd because I think there are these transcendentals, and I think if you're going to say logic doesn't exist, then I don't think any claim can really be logical. And you say, well, they're not failing. Well, sure, but I mean, what do you mean by failing? Then you would assume logic. There's some kind of standard there, surely. But
you're assuming, you're presupposing the argument. Like, so the minute you say,
it's
that,
a presup.
the minute you say that I need logic to make a logical statement, you're presupposing that logic exists. Whereas I actually don't do that. What I'm just suggesting that I think the laws of logic is adequately describing the universe that we live in. I don't think that they actually exist. And so when I say something, I don't call it a logical statement. Like, I wouldn't call it a logical statement. I do it because it's like the colloquial term. But I don't believe that I'm interacting with logic. I believe that I am saying something that is just describing the world around me accurately.
Okay, I understand your position. It's you're a physicalist then, I'm guessing. Yeah. The problem again I do have with everything you've said. Would you claim your position is logical? That's what I want to know.
No, because that presupposes logic actually exists. I would say that my position adequately explains the state of affairs.
But if you say no, your statement isn't logical because there is no standard of logic. There isn't these transcendentals. That would make that position surely. Is that not a bad hill to die on?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because logical is just a description of the function. Right now it's describing a conversation. Like, we're using words and we're calling it logic. But that's still just a description of what we're doing.
Okay. That's fine. I'm happy with that discussion on logic. I do want to ask one more question. I'm just happy with it. I think I'm proud of the discussion.
Well, listen, I think we're both probing as deep as we can probably probe, and I'm under no illusion that I'm going to convince you to be in my position.
Can we probe deeper?
That's crazy.
Hanji just wants to see somebody get probed.
Yeah, I know.
In the name of Jesus, I rebuke this. So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So I'm curious. Could you justify your own agency without using your agency?
Can you define what you mean by agency first?
Yeah, just a mind, something that can freely act, make choice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I don't know if we have free will. Yeah,
no. I'm saying, can you justify you exist without using your existence? Can you justify your own agency without using your own agency? That's what I just want to know.
I don't know if I can.
Well, I would say everyone on the paradigmatic level commits circular reasoning. Right, this would apply to me as well. Right?
I agree. Yeah.
You would probably believe I think, therefore I am.
I think existence is circular reasoning. Yes.
The problem is if you under like your view, you can't justify committing this circular reasoning, right? Because you don't believe in any priors. Okay, but I would hold to a prior that this would be God. So I'm presupposing God exists in my argument, but I would justify committing circular reasoning by assuming a prior. But under your view, you don't have a prior, so you couldn't justify circular reasoning.
I'm not sure I follow just yet.
Okay.
So, like, my cycle of thinking on, like, do I exist is just because I have no reason to believe otherwise.
Well, I could justify my existence external to myself due to a prior, but you can't justify you exist with anything external to yourself because you don't believe in a prior.
Right, so but I think that's an unnecessary burden. Is there a reason why I need to justify myself externally?
Well, then you just simply be committing circular reasoning on the paradigmatic level without any justification for committing that circular reasoning.
Well, I don't think so.
It's an ad hoc policy.
Is my phone external to myself?
Is your phone external to yourself? Yeah, sure. I think.
Yeah. Am I looking at my phone right now?
Yeah, sure.
Does that count as external verification that I exist?
No,
Why not?
because you're using your agency to perceive the phone.
Oh yeah, I'm still using my agency, but we have nothing else. Can you,
sure.
Can
Go
you
ahead, sorry.
perceive your own existence without using your own agency?
No, I've admitted that I commit the same circular reasoning. I
Right.
think every human does. The difference is
No, I
you don't-
agree,
You don't have any
yes.
priors to justify why you commit the circular reasoning external to yourself. If you can't do that, it's an ad hoc fallacy.
Oh no, but I don't need to. I don't think it's a requirement to justify my existence by an external means. Why do I have to do that?
Yeah, so it's as I've already explained, right? It would just make your position like absurd.
Well, I don't think so.
But then you'd have no priors to justify your circular reasoning external to yourself.
But nobody can.
But I'm presupposing.
Can you prove that
these-
you're not a brain in a vat?
No.
Well, neither can I. So what you're submitting is just a God of the gaps. You're saying we have a problem, and I'm solving it by putting a God in there.
I'm showing you how my position would be the only one that doesn't lead to an absurdity. Therefore, your position would basically lead to like an absurdity. Like
Well, I don't think
I-
it is. I don't
I-
think
I
it's
do
an
believe that.
absurdity, though.
Well, if you can't justify your own existence without using your own existence, then you don't have a prior to justify your existence external to yourself. Well, then you commit circular reasoning without a justification for committing that circular reasoning.
Right, but
That's
listen,
what's
what I'm
happening
saying is neither one of us can justify our existence without using our own agency. The only difference is that you recognize the circular problem, so you're inventing an answer to it. I just don't do that. I say that's all we have. The only thing we have is our own agency.
Great. So my position can justify committing circular reasoning, but yours cannot. Whether you think that
Mine
I'm
can.
inventing, you don't have priors.
So why can I not justify my own existence using my own agency?
Yeah, because you don't leave anything external to your own agency.
But why does it need
for
to be
those priors.
external?
Yeah, because
I was just about to ask that.
if it's not external to yourself, then it would just be circular reasoning without an external justification. If the justification doesn't come externally, then you'd still be stuck in the circular reasoning, and the only justification you have is this self.
I still
evident.
disagree. I think we think, therefore we am, or I think, therefore I am, I think is perfectly fine. So I think I exist because I can think that I exist. Now, you might argue about what type of existence it is. Like, can I prove that I'm not a brain in the vat? Oh, I don't know. I don't think I can. But even if I am a brain in a vat, I do still exist.
I'm not asking you to prove to me how you would exist or that you're not a brain in a vat. I'm simply showing you how your position, which is the idea that there is no priors, right? That's external to yourself, would just mean you commit the circular reasoning to justify your existence, and you don't have a prior to justify committing that circular reasoning. That's all I'm
Can
showing.
you
That's it.
explain what's circular about that? What is circular about I believe I exist because I can think?
Yeah, because it's a self-evident.
It is. It's self-evident. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a self. You're using the thing to prove the thing. So if you can't give an external, then you don't have an external justification for how that thing exists.
Yeah, but neither did you. Your external justification is something that you invented. Again, it's just the God of the gaps.
That's presupposing I invented it.
Yeah, but it's presupposing something exists.
Yeah, I'm showing you how this is a presup. In my argument, I am presupposing God exists. I'm just showing how my position can justify circular reasoning, but yours cannot. That's all I'm showing. This isn't to get us to God at all. This doesn't get us to God.
Well, this is the difference. See, you're calling it circular reasoning, but it's not. It's mechanically circular, but it's not circular rationally. It's not a rationally circular argument. It's just mechanically circular.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean by mechanically circular? What does that mean?
Mechanically circular just means it's within my physical existence, but that doesn't mean that the thought pattern is circular.
Yes, like I literally have already explained it. I'm doing the same thing as you. I'm just saying I do have a prior for that.
But
justification.
I can interact with something outside of my body, and that thing can interact with me.
You can repeat that?
Right. I can interact with something outside of my physical body, and things outside of my physical body can interact with me, which means I'm getting feedback from the real world around me. If I'm getting feedback from the real world around me, then I'm using my agency external to myself, even though, yes, my agency internally is still required. But that's just true of everybody. We have no evidence that anything to the contrary exists.
Sure. So what I'm doing is, right, when you do that, when you say like, oh yeah, I can verify my agency by verifying things outside of myself. Well, no, because that verification process would also be dependent on your agency.
That's why I said yes. It's mechanically circular, but it's not rationally circular.
So I'm showing you how I do the same thing, all right? But my justification for why I'd commit the circular reasoning external to myself, external to my own agency, would be an agent.
Yeah, you're presupposing an agent. I'm just not willing to do that.
But then you don't have a justification for committing circular reasoning.
I love how you two are literally arguing the same point, just different wording. This is so, oh my God, Socrates would be so proud right now.
I mean, that isn't to get us to God. It's just to show how. I mean, so far you've told me that your claim earlier when I asked you is your claim logical, you said no, and then you've now told me that you can't justify committing circular reasoning. If you have no justification for committing circular reasoning and your claims aren't logical, I feel like that's an absurd position to die on.
Well, I don't think it is, because again, something that's logical is just an adequate description of the real world. It is consistent with reality.
But what reality is under your position could be a P and a not P. It could be a squared circle. It could be a married bachelor.
Only if quantum physics is true, which I think the jury's still working on that.
Okay. All right, well, I guess I just have to look into the paper. Can you send it me on Discord, in fact, what you're actually talking about?
I can, yes. I can definitely send you some articles on it, don't worry.
Because I'm gonna head off now because it's almost 2 a.m.
I actually learned about... I learned about this from Dr. Blitz the first time, because he was the one that brought it to my attention, and it was very difficult for me to accept at first, but I'm working on it. I'm wrestling with it. But it's an interesting topic. That being said, I appreciate you being here. As I said before, if somebody is going to cook me on philosophy, it's going to be you.
There shall be. I mean, I'm still studying. I feel like every time I come up, I do learn more stuff. I think whether you disagree with the other person or not, you should at least study to justify the positions you hold. You know what I mean?
No, I agree with you.
Disagree. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Hanji. I would love to, but it's almost 2 a.m. and I promised that I promised my parents I'd fix my sleeping pattern. If I keep going, the Philbro brain will be going around in circles until 5
I know
a.m.
it's one of those, like, we could just stay up all night. It's definitely a long type of discussion that most people cannot handle, so I get it.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry for losing the views as well. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I knew it would happen, but yeah. I would still prefer to have you up, because we appreciate you around here. Even though we're, like, you and I have different positions, we appreciate a good, robust discussion.
Yeah. At the bare minimum, let's make it. Let's make each other think at the bare minimum.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. Well, thanks for having me up, Justin, Angie, and thank you, chat, as well, for being respectful. And take care. Okay.
Absolutely. Have a good one, bud.
I hope to see you around.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See some W's in the chat for Divine.
You were literally scratching my brain in the best way possible. I love philosophy so much.
It's literally one of my least favorite topics, but if I'm going to engage in it, I'd rather do it with Divine, since he actually knows what he's talking about.
I agree.
Mysteries, how are you doing? Mysteries? Did we put Mysteries to sleep?
Mysteries.
Hello? Well, I guess not.
Oh, okay.
We put him right to sleep. We'll try.
Philosophy can do that to people.
We'll try the next. I think we're at like 1,000 when he came in.
It's not for everyone.
I know. I love Divine Order, though. He's a good guy. He's really a good guy. Oh my gosh.
Could you imagine with Ian and Blitz and Breezy?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I would have enjoyed every second.
Yeah, I would. I would love to see a good panel discussion with Divine Order and some other people who really dig into the philosophy. And and definitely Blitz, because Blitz here's the thing is, there's some crossover between physics and philosophy. Like you used to think they were completely separate because they feel like separate fields. They're starting to merge.
Oh, 1,000%.
Anyways, how you doing, Muscle?
I'm doing all right, host. Man, boy, you was eating them up. But wait, how's your opinion? You really think logic is not logic?
No, I don't think that the laws of logic actually exist. I think it's just like our abstract thinking describing the way the universe works.
So you saying that it's a manufacturer that creates your eyes?
No, the eyes are physical. The laws of logic are not physical.
Right. So from the creation of the creator, so you know it's got to be a creation, right?
Oh no, I don't know that at all.
So you saying the creator didn't create?
I don't believe in a creator.
Okay, so you got the Bible there. Go back to the beginning of the Bible in Genesis.
Oh, I've read it.
Okay, so it say in the beginning the world was void, right?
Yeah, I've read the Bible.
Okay,
Can you give me a reason why I should believe the Bible's true?
Well, that's what I'm going to give you a reason. So void means nothing, right?
I know what void means, yeah.
Okay, so if it was nothing, me and you was not created, right?
Yeah, I know that we were not created on the first day of creation according to the Bible, but I don't believe the Bible to be true.
So if it's not to be true, how me and you was being created before Adam's? Before he created Adam, he already had the birds, the animals.
Yes, but you believe that. I don't believe that. Do you believe that Marduk created the heaven and the earth using the body of Tiamat?
Don't know who that is, so I can't answer you about that. But what I'm saying, whoever that is didn't create the bird. Whoever that is didn't create the lion.
He did.
Whoever that is didn't create the elephant.
Hey, Muscle, you got an echo on your line there. Can you swipe away from the app real quick and come back and get that echo out of here?
You saying I'm echoing?
I'm echoing in your. It must have went away. You might have been getting a phone call. I think we're good now. Right. So I don't believe in the biblical creation account for the same reason that you don't believe in the Babylonian creation account.
Well, I know without Adam, me and you as a man would not exist.
Again, I don't believe in the biblical creation account for the same reason you don't believe in the Babylonian creation account.
So you saying that me and you is not the image of Adam?
That's exactly what I'm saying, yes.
So what is your image is?
My image is of a human being, which is what I am, and we are descendant from primates. That's why we have DNA that is only shared with primates and human beings. Do you know what an ERV or an endogenous retrovirus is?
No, but I do know that
Sure.
I don't share no DNA with no chimpanzee.
You do. So I'll just explain how it works. So like when a virus enters into our system, sometimes it makes it all the way to our genome and it actually splices itself into our DNA. Now, what's really interesting about ERVs is like if it gets into our genome, we pass it to our children, and then we can find that same spliced DNA from the virus. We can find that in our children, and it shows up in the same cell, in the same genome, in the same exact position in the DNA strand, which is like 1 trillion pairs. So finding ERVs are a foolproof method of knowing where DNA came from and where DNA is going, because it's literally impossible for a virus to find itself in the same cell, in the same genome, in the same sequence of DNA twice. So we share with primates over 200 ERVs, and of those 200 plus ERVs, about 85% of them only exist in primates and humans. They exist nowhere else in the animal kingdom. And this is good evidence that we shared DNA a long time ago with primates. That's why we have such a high number of ERVs with them.
How was a female created?
I have no idea. You'd have to ask a biologist how a female was created. Are you aware that asexual animals exist?
So you're saying you don't believe in your mom?
He didn't. What was my question?
Yeah, but again, I said, how was females created?
And I said, if you want to know specifically how females were created, as opposed to asexual beings, you can probably ask a biologist.
Didn't the Bible tell you she was created from Adam's rib?
Yeah, but again, I don't believe the Bible is true.
Okay. Do the Bible speak for the pyramids?
Does the Bible say anything that's untrue?
Yes. No,
Okay.
it don't say nothing untrue. No, it don't
Okay,
say
so
nothing.
there's not one thing in the Bible that's untrue.
Right. There's not one thing in the Bible that is untrue.
Is there any contradiction in the Bible?
I wouldn't call it contradiction, just like you made the example of the person going to the store and get something on a Saturday, then something doing again on another Saturday. Well, it's the same way what I say.
It was a yes or no. Are there any contradictions in the Bible?
No, well, I wouldn't call it contradictions at all.
It's just yes or no. Are there any contradictions?
No.
Great. That wasn't difficult at all. Okay, so in that case, let's take a look at a couple contradictions, and then we can decide whether or not the Bible actually has any contradictions. Would you like to do that?
Uh-huh. That's good.
Cool. Well, I already got one up because we used it with the guest prior, or the two guests prior. Do you have a Bible with you?
No, but I'm pretty much experienced in it. Go ahead.
Cool. 2 Kings 23, 29 through 30 talks about how King Josiah died. And it says, in his days, Pharaoh Necho, the king of Egypt, went up to the king of Assyria, to the river Euphrates, and King Josiah went up to meet him. But when Pharaoh Necho met him at Megiddo, he killed him. His servants carried him dead in a chariot from Megiddo and brought him to Jerusalem, and they buried him in his own tomb. So in 2 Kings 23, I think we can agree that he died in Megiddo, correct?
By that, sure. Uh-huh.
Right, yeah, exactly. Now, the parallel passage in 2 Chronicles 35 says, the archers shot King Josiah, and the king said to his servants, take me away, for I am badly wounded. So his servants took him out of the chariot and carried him in his second chariot and brought him to Jerusalem. And there he died and was buried in the tombs of his ancestors. So in 2 Chronicles, he dies in Jerusalem.
Okay. Well, the contradiction is it's basically the same place. It's just two individuals calling what it is. They talk about the same place.
Is Megiddo and Jerusalem the same city?
It's yes, both of them saying it's the same place. I don't know where
they're
the
wrong.
City is because
Where's Jerusalem in Israel?
Jerusalem in Israel?
Yeah, where is Jerusalem located in Israel?
In Israel.
Where?
Hell, I don't know. I don't live in Jerusalem.
It's just west of the Dead Sea. It's just a little bit northwest of the Dead Sea.
You tell me.
Where's Megiddo located in Israel?
Listen, guy. Can you tell me where Thomasville is in Georgia?
No, I'm asking you about Israel, which is related to the Bible. So what happened was in 2 Kings, it says he died in Megiddo. Megiddo is right next to the Sea of Galilee. In Chronicles, it says that he died in Jerusalem. Jerusalem is 100 miles south next to the Dead Sea. So they're 100 miles apart. He didn't die in both cities.
Whoever orchestrated whatever literature at that time had to come from two different individuals.
I don't care if it came from two different individuals.
I don't consider that a contradiction.
It is.
It's not a contradiction.
What city did he die in?
It may be a contradiction.
What city did he die in? What city did he die in?
You just read it.
Tell me, according to what I just read, what city did Josiah die in?
Is it in Jerusalem? Is it in Israel? Is it in Israel? Ain't Israel? Is it Jerusalem? Ain't any place in Israel? Is Israel?
Israel's a country.
Okay.
Jerusalem.
Is it in Israel?
Jerusalem is a city in Israel.
What about Jerusalem? That's the country.
Jerusalem is not a country; it's a city.
Okay. What's the continent? What's the continent of Israel?
There is no continent of Israel.
So what you would call that?
It's a country.
What country is it? Israel?
Israel is a country and
Okay,
Jerusalem is a city.
country, so any place in Israel is a country. I mean, is a town.
Can we
So
have the vine back?
Yeah, someone get somebody with a brain in here. Okay, so we'll try this really slow. Jerusalem is a city in Israel. Megiddo is a city in Israel. Do you understand that?
Man, you ask me questions. And
It's
I'm
yes
trying
or
to
no. Megiddo is a city in Israel.
No.
Is Megiddo a city in Israel?
No, it's not. No,
Okay,
it's
do you
not.
want me to show you on the map where it's located? Do you want me to show you on the map where Megiddo is located?
A question that
I'm
is
asking
really
you
relevant
a
to
question.
the
Do
situation
you
we're
want
talking
me
about.
to?
No,
I'll just show you.
I don't believe it is. Yeah, I don't believe it is.
All right. Do you see that location right there where it says Megiddo? Do you see it? Right there? Yes? No? Maybe?
Yes, I see it right there. Go ahead.
Cool. All right. This is where Megiddo is. It's just a little bit southwest of the Sea of Galilee, correct?
I'm listening to you. You explain to
I'm
me what you're
asking you,
talking
is
about.
okay.
All that's in Israel.
Yes, do you know where Jerusalem is?
Didn't I just tell you I didn't know where no Jerusalem was? So why you keep asking me that same question?
You didn't say it.
I did say it, but you didn't want to hear me because you so wrapped up in what you want to hear.
It's because you keep talking while I'm talking and I can't hear what you're saying. All right. So the location of Jerusalem is different. Jerusalem is just west of the Dead Sea, as I said. Now, Jerusalem is here. Oops, it's a little blurry. Megiddo is up here. They're almost 100 miles apart. They're two different cities in the country of Israel. So did he die in Megiddo or did he die in Jerusalem?
What I saw was the place you saying where he got unalived at was in a yellow area, which is to me in a neutral ground. And you trying to tell me to pinpoint him from 100 miles less than another 50 miles. So I can't tell you whether he passed 100 miles from the place where one guy said. That's ridiculous.
Is Megiddo a city?
What the? Listen, guy. Come on, man.
I'll just help you out. Megiddo is a city. Megiddo.
I thought we were gonna have an intelligent conversation.
I'm trying to have an intelligent conversation. You're bringing it down. So if you just go to Britannica, go to the encyclopedia, it says Megiddo, an important town of ancient Palestine overlooking the plain of Esdraelon, the valley of Jezreel. Okay, so Megiddo is a city in northern Palestine. Jerusalem is a city in southeast or south central Palestine. They're 100 miles apart. Do you understand?
What do that got to do with your background?
I'm trying to tell you that there is a contradiction in Second Kings. It says that he died in Megiddo. In Second Chronicles, it says that he died in Jerusalem. Do you understand that that is a contradiction?
The fact that we have him on after the vine feels so wrong.
I know. It's actually, it pains me to my core that we went from somebody so intelligent to this.
No, what you doing is trying to make an unrelevant question to a contradiction. That's what you're trying to do, and I'm not going to let you contradict.
Is Megiddo and Jerusalem the same city?
This is in your book. He is giving you two different scriptures within your book that blatantly show that it is a contradiction. Please use your brain.
If I tell you I cut my grass out on a Saturday, then I come back and tell you, man, I wash my car on a Saturday. Which one are you gonna believe?
They can both be true.
Exactly.
Cool.
That's all I'm saying right there.
Cool.
But
Can you
that's
can you
all I'm
die?
saying
Can
right
you
there.
die twice? Can you die in Megiddo at the same time you're dying in Jerusalem?
This cat here, man. You so having an intelligent conversation with somebody.
Stop dodging the questions. First Chronicles and
Honest person
Chronicles.
that I know,
Second Chronicles.
honest person that I know that got unalive 2 times.
So it's a very easy question. One book says he died in Megiddo. One book says he died in Jerusalem. It's a contradiction, plain and simple.
I don't see the contradiction, bro. I'm really trying
I
to see.
know. Yeah, like
I
know.
But see,
Like,
you. No, see, I'm trying to say
high level concepts like location are very difficult.
because you asked me some question like I can ask you where
I know, yeah. High level conversations. Megiddo is different from Jerusalem. That's too complicated to understand. I know.
He just said the country people talking about 112 miles apart. What are you talking about?
They're different cities, aren't they?
112 miles apart.
Is Megiddo the same city as Jerusalem?
How can he be unalive?
Is Megiddo the same city as Jerusalem?
Man.
The answer is no. They're not the same city. So he either died in Megiddo or he died in Jerusalem.
Why are you babbling, host? I thought you was intelligent. You just up here babbling, dog.
I'm sorry that it's over your head. Would you like to see contradiction? Would you like to see contradiction number 2, or are you going to cry? Would you like to see the next contradiction, or do you just want to cry that the first one was over your head?
Well, go to the next one because I don't see no contradiction there.
I know, you're blind. It's okay. Go to 1 Chronicles 21. This is the punishment that God is sending David for taking the census, and he's using the prophet Gad. It says, Gad came to David and said to him, Thus saith the Lord, take your choice. 3 years of famine, or 3 months of devastation by your foes while the sword of your enemies overtake you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, pestilence in the land. So he gives David 3 different punishments. The first punishment is 3 years of famine, or 3 months of devastation by your foes, or 3 days of pestilence. Now
he gave him a choice. He gave him a choice.
I know he did. Yes, I know how choices work. Now, if you go to 2 Samuel 24, the same story is told. Now listen to the 3 different choices. Gad came to David and said to him, Shall 7 years of famine come on your land, or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you, or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land? Did you spot the difference?
Okay.
Of course, now he's got 1 bar. Muscle, we can't hear you if you're talking. The Lord took him. God was so embarrassed, he cut his signal.
No, are you back now? Because I can't hear you.
I wasn't talking. I was waiting for you to talk. Did you spot the difference?
I couldn't hear you.
Did you spot the difference?
I didn't hear you. That's what I'm saying. I didn't hear you.
Okay, I'll read it again. Gad came to David and said, Shall 7 years of famine come on your land, or will you flee for 3 months before your foes while they pursue you, or shall there be 3 days of pestilence in your land? Did you spot the difference?
It's still a choice between the 2 guys.
Yes, I know, but what changed?
But he gave him the same choice.
Okay, I'll just read it again. The first choice was 7 years of famine in 2 Samuel 24. In 1 Chronicles, the first choice is 3 years of famine. Do you understand that 3 and 7 are different?
I understand it's a choice.
Do you understand that 3 and 7 are different?
Just like 5 and 8 is different.
Okay, so what did he say? Did he say 3 or did he say 7?
What? Host, come on,
Gagged.
man.
Gagged.
Like,
That was
gagged?
easy.
I thought
This is light work.
Divine is even laughing in the
This is
comments.
absolutely light work. Let me ask you a
I stopped
question.
there, host, because I saw your instructions about the Christian, and that's why I stopped. I didn't stop to talk about nobody.
You got cooked.
Whatever, guy. I didn't stop to talk to you about that. What I know
is the law of Moses temporary or permanent? I don't know why you keep yapping. We're going to try to stay on topic. Next contradiction is the law of God, the law of Moses. Is it temporary or permanent?
The law of Moses was permanent during the Old Testament.
So then it would be temporary.
Until the new covenant, yes, it's temporary. Yeah,
That they're different. You understand that permanent and temporary are opposites, right?
it was temporarily until the Lord Jesus came.
Right. That's what it says in Galatians, right? Therefore, the law was our disciplinarian until Christ came, right?
Yes.
Cool. So can you show me in the Old Testament where God says that the law is temporary?
You don't have to just say it. You just heard it in Galatians.
Okay. So I'm gonna read you what the lawgiver actually says. Okay. We're going to go to Deuteronomy, a couple different passages, but we'll start in Deuteronomy
That's in the
12.
Old Testament.
Yeah, I know. Do you know the law of Moses was given? Do you know the law? Do you know that the law of Moses was given in the Old Testament?
Of course I know what the laws were.
Great. So let me read it. These are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, have given you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth. And then when you go in the very next chapter, he says, you must diligently observe everything that I command you. Do not take anything away from it or add to it. And about 8 different times, he says to observe the law forever.
Into that time of the Old Testament, but he clearly told you
forever.
Jesus came, what the laws was then.
What does it mean? What does it mean when he says forever?
It's the Old Testament and the New Testament.
What does forever mean?
Infinity.
Thank you. Yeah. So when he says to follow the law forever, he means it. Deuteronomy 11, you will love the Lord your God, therefore, and keep his charge, his decrees, his ordinances, and his commandments forever. So it can't be temporary if he says to do it forever.
Can that scripture work for the peoples that was before the New Testament?
It works for everybody after the law was given.
No, it don't work for everybody.
It does.
No, it does not.
It does.
How it work for everybody?
It does. Have you bothered to read the rest of the Old? Have you bothered to read the whole Old Testament, or have you only read the New Testament?
Prove to me how it works for everybody.
Okay, so let's first of all determine whether or not it's permanent or temporary, and then we can discuss who it applies to.
Deal? It don't apply to everybody. You got to prove to me where it applies to everybody.
Muscle.
In the Old Testament.
Muscle.
I'm listening.
First, we're going to determine whether or not it's temporary or permanent, and then we'll discuss who it applies to. Deal?
On the Pacific, we got to go on the year of the assumption that yours being made, because
muscle. Did I ask you a question?
Sure.
What was my question?
What is the assumption of the Christ of what being made?
Not even close. All right. So here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to discuss if it was temporary or permanent, and then we're going to discuss who it applies to. Okay.
I'm listening.
All right. In Deuteronomy 11:1, it says, you will love the Lord your God, therefore, and keep his charge and his decrees, his ordinances, and his commandments forever. What does that mean?
For the ones that are living at that time.
No.
Yes, that does.
What does forever mean?
If I tell you that I'm going to be gone forever, what does that mean?
That means you're going to be dead.
No, that means that I'm not going to be seeing you.
It means you're going to be dead. If you're gone forever, it means you're going to be dead.
That means that I'm going to be unalive. That means that I'm not going to be seeing you.
All right, so I'll just read another one since that wasn't clear enough. I'm sorry that words are really difficult for some people.
No, try another one because it don't contradict itself. You try to make it contradict itself.
Well, it says forever, and you can't handle the word forever, so we're going to do something a little bit more obvious.
I tell you that I'm
Deuteronomy 12:28. Be careful to obey all these words that I am commanding you today, so that it might go well with you and with your children after you forever. So it's not just the people he's talking to, it's all the children of Israel forever, all the days that you live on the earth.
Someone in the comment section said to bring up the chewing of cud because it might be up his alley, and I said, "Oh no, not that again."
Is America in Israel?
No.
Okay, then. So it wasn't talking about no America. Is Africa in Israel?
Muscle, I already told you that we're first.
It was talking.
I don't know how many times I can say it. First, we're going to discuss if it was temporary or permanent, and then we can discuss who it applies to. Do you understand?
That time, it was permanent.
Okay. Well, permanent means that it's always in existence. It's not temporary. Do you understand the difference?
I understand the difference.
Okay. So when you say it's permanent, you can't say it was permanent for that time. So can we agree then, when it says it was permanent, when it says it was forever, it is still in effect right now for those who it applies to?
See, that's a wishy-washy question, but I'm gonna have to agree with you with the wishy-washy question, even though it's wishy-washy. Because you just made said to apply to, that's what I was trying to explain to you different, but you keep saying apply to everybody. That only would apply to the peoples of Israel that still
Muscle, what did I just tell you for the 5th time? First, we're going to talk about if it's permanent or temporary, and then we're going to talk about who it applies to. Do you understand the difference?
You brought it up at the end of your statement.
Muscle, do you understand the difference between the two conversations?
I understand, but you brought it up at the end of your statement.
Fantastic. So now, can we agree that whoever the law applies to, the law is permanent?
Yes.
Great. So right now, the Jewish people should still be following this law because it was given to them, right?
Keyword should be. I don't know. I'm not over there. I don't know. I'm not Israel. I'm not no.
According to the lawgiver.
You ask me about somebody that I can't ask you about, guy.
According to the lawgiver, we're talking about what the Bible says. According to the Bible, should they still be following the law?
Keyword should be. I don't know. I'm not Israel. So why you asking me somebody?
I'm asking you about the Bible. We're talking about the Bible.
With that statement, we're going to only say for them purpose, yes, they should be. Yes.
Right, according to the Bible, right?
Yes, they should be. If we want to use the word should be, because that's a loose word.
Fantastic. Now, are you under the impression that the Messiah coming is going to change that?
Messiah is not coming. He ain't coming back, and people need to get that out of his system. He's done.
Right. Are you under the impression that the law was changed when Jesus came?
The law was changed when Jesus came, yes.
Okay, what changed?
The law of sin. Nothing else changed but the law of sin. For your spirit, he was letting you know what it is to come.
You didn't say anything yet. Try again.
He's only here to pull your sin away, and that's it. For the ones that believe him, but by like you, atheist, he said, pull up 2 Corinthians 11.
Muscle, this is not a preaching platform. Like, we just need simple questions and answers here. Okay. Preaching is not going to get you anywhere. Do you even know what question you're answering right now?
And I'm not an atheist either. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of people in our chat who aren't atheists.
So you pull up 2 Corinthians 11:4.
Why?
It's gonna give you an answer. Pull it up in front of me. You got the Bible there.
So we're trying to detail a contradiction.
And I'm trying to tell you, pull up 2 Corinthians 11:4.
We're not going to. Is Paul a Jew?
Why do you not want to pull up the answer what I'm trying to give you?
Because I'm not
No, it's
done.
not because you don't want the answer. I'm giving you the answer.
You're not. Okay. The question is Paul a Jew, yes or no?
Run away.
I don't know why simple conversations are so difficult for some people.
Oh,
So
shit.
we got him to concede that the law is permanent for the Jews. That should have been really simple, right? Even after Jesus came, he should have said the law was still in effect, at least for the Jews. Then I was going to tell him, that's great. Let's look at what Paul, Peter, and James, according to Paul, Peter, and James, they said it doesn't apply to them. So that is a contradiction. But we didn't get that far because he couldn't have an adult conversation.
I think what that was is that he knew the contradictions were there. He was just being oblivious to it.
Yeah, he was just like being like super evasive. Anyways, we'll just, we'll keep on moving. I think I see Chet in the queue here.
Chet?
Let's get some Chet action going on here. How you doing, Chaco?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
Good to see you, Chet. I'm good. Thank you for asking. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Do you think that the Christian God exists and that you can demonstrate his existence?
When you say demonstrate, what do you mean? Like,
what's your best evidence that the Christian God is real?
What's my best evidence? Okay, then to answer that, you first of all need to know who the Christians call God.
I know what the Bible says about God. I'm asking you, what's your best evidence that he exists?
To answer that, that's what I'm saying. To answer that, I'd first of all like to point out who exactly the Christians refer to as God. Yeah, and that person would be the person of Jesus Christ. So
I know, I've read the Bible.
Yes.
I'm asking for your evidence.
His existence would be like the evidence that he's real, because like it's an irrefutable fact that he existed here on earth.
Did Buddha exist?
I don't know. I haven't looked much into Buddhism, but I guess
yes, Buddha existed. Does that make Buddha real? I mean, does that make his teachings true?
Does that make his teachings true?
Yeah.
I think what would make his teachings true would be a study of the etymology to see how
I think you're missing the point. I'll just help you out. Buddha's teachings aren't true just because Buddha, the man, existed. Just like Jesus's teachings aren't true just because Jesus, the man, existed.
Okay, so like I said, the teaching would be true if it was proven to be true.
Awesome. Can you do it?
If I can prove, okay, for example, what did Jesus teach about? Forgiveness.
He said forgive 70 times 7.
Yes, he did say that. So he taught on forgiveness. So forgiveness.
Thank you, Dr. Joe. Good to see you, Dr. Joe. Guys, if you're not following the Dr. Joe, drop her a follow, please. She's awesome.
So he taught on forgiveness. So yeah, forgiveness, you don't necessarily need to prove forgiveness, do you?
I have no clue what you're asking.
You asked me, okay, like I told you that the truth would be in proving what he thought about. Yeah, and he thought about I brought up something like forgiveness. He said we should forgive 70 times, 7 times.
Yes, you ask a vague question about forgiveness, and I gave you the most immediate answer, but it's a vague question that has multiple answers.
You said I should prove, like, how do we prove his teachings are true? I'm like,
yeah, I want to know, how do you prove that Jesus is the Messiah?
How do I prove that Jesus is the Messiah? Well, the way that the Bible recommends that we prove that he's the Messiah would be from his resurrection.
Yeah, prove that he resurrected.
Go ahead and set a new goal in the meantime.
Oh, shoot. Thanks, guys. We're almost back up to 400 subbies, too. Thanks so much, guys. I really appreciate that.
You could go through, like, history books and texts for that.
Like what?
I don't know. Other than the Bible, I think there are other accounts from someone like Josephus.
Yeah, the Testimonium Flavianum. Do you think that's evidence?
I don't know what the testimonium. I just know that a guy named Josephus. I'm not into apologetics. I just know that there's an account of someone named like Josephus, and he also gave an account of this, and that's like the only thing I can tell you at the top of my head.
Thank you, Evan. Yeah. Listen, I know that Josephus mentions Jesus, but are you aware that every single manuscript we have of that particular section of text is different? It's different in the Greek text. It's different from one Greek to another. It's different in the Arabic. It's different in every language, like Latin, where it shows up. And the reason why is because it was
Pardon
invented.
me, just let me interject a little bit. Pardon me, what manuscript are you talking about?
The manuscripts for Josephus, book 18 in Antiquities of the Jews.
Continue. Okay, thank you. Continue.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the Testimonium Flavianum is not a good evidence that Jesus resurrected from the dead, because at its core, it basically just says that he existed, he had followers, and that his followers still believed that he existed. But that's not helpful. That's not evidence that he actually rose from the dead, because we have alternative accounts that other people rose from the dead. Do you believe that Nero rose from the dead?
Nero. Emperor Nero?
Yeah. Do you think that Nero rose from the dead and that six of the Caesars are now gods in heaven?
No, I do not.
Yeah, but we have historical texts saying that it happened.
Okay. As Pastor Cliff would say, he said that there are things in which we could use to confirm the accuracy of text and just of that. And I'm just going to go. My sole knowledge is like from the Bible. Yeah, and like you understand that the Bible is a collection of different books.
I know what the Bible is.
Okay, yeah. So my sole knowledge is gotten from the Bible. So the accounts from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John have been proven at least to be correct and cohesive in very great in terms of like historical accuracy.
Oh, I disagree completely.
Okay, so why would you disagree?
Because it's full of lies. I can just go to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and find inconsistencies. I can find insanely bad apologetics that are applied to Jesus, saying that he fulfilled prophecies that he never fulfilled. So that's the biggest problem with Jesus is, he didn't fulfill even one prophecy, not even one.
Okay.
If he fulfilled the Messianic prophecies, I'd be a Christian right now.
Okay. So which Messianic prophecy didn't he fulfill?
All of them. I got a list of them. You want me to read some?
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right. I'm going to open up my list of Messianic expectations. I'm going to start with the New Testament, however, because this is going to be one you're familiar with. And I think Luke does a pretty good job of summarizing what the expectation was. So this is when Zechariah gets filled with the Holy Spirit and begins to prophesy. He says, "Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he has looked favorably upon his people and has redeemed them. He has raised up a mighty Savior for us in the house of his child David, as he spoke through the mouth of the holy prophets of old, that we would be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all who hate us." Did Jesus save Israel from the hands of their enemies?
So you're asking, let me just put this into context. You're asking if Jesus saved them from the Romans.
Yeah.
In that sense, no, he didn't.
Right. So he didn't even fulfill the prediction in Luke chapter 1.
So you see, it's a matter of context here. Ever since, if you read from the Old Testament, and you would understand that
I've read
Jesus coming. You've read it. Okay, good. Then if you read and you understand the prophecy, you understand that Jesus coming wasn't for the Romans, it was to deal with sin and death.
It wasn't.
So it was actually to deal with sin and death.
No, it wasn't.
From
Show me the prophecy where it says that.
I should show you the prophecies where it says that.
Yeah, can't wait.
We can. I mean, like I said, I don't have anything. I was actually about to sleep before I stumbled upon your live. I don't have anything off the top of my head right now. But it's just because the last guy that was here, he felt, or he was a little bit shaky. So
well, let's check out what Matthew says, because Matthew thinks Jesus fulfilled some prophecies, doesn't he?
Wait. Let me just finish before you start, please.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure that if you check the book of Isaiah, you would see some pointing, even in the Psalms of.
Yeah. Ironically, we're about to read that right now. Would you like to do it?
Yeah, pardon me. And also in the book of
oh shoot, we got a Bash and Justin raid. Thanks so much, guys, for the raid.
Thank you, Bash.
And also Psalms of David. So you'd also see
well, there's no prophecies in the Psalms.
Actually,
So let's go to an actual prophet.
there are.
There's
There
not.
are, but
I know you think there are, but there aren't. So let's go and read an
okay.
actual prophet, okay?
We are going to have to agree to disagree on that one, but there are.
It's okay.
But
You can be
yeah,
wrong.
Let's
just read
let's
an
see.
actual prophet. So in the book of Matthew, chapter 1, if you go to verse 22, concerning Jesus, it says, all this took place to fulfill what was spoken.
Could you please
by
start? Could you please start again? I didn't hear this first part of the statement.
Yeah, Matthew 1:22. All this took place to fulfill what was spoken by the Lord through the prophet. Look, the virgin will conceive and bear a son, and they shall name him Emmanuel. And you think that was a prophecy that was fulfilled, probably, right? Okay. Do you know where that prophecy comes from?
I think from the book of Isaiah, where it said the government will rest upon his shoulders and his name shall be called.
No, that's the wrong chapter, but
McDonald for
you're
subscribing.
close.
I was close. Okay.
That was that's chapter 9. We're going to go to chapter 7,
Chapter 9 of
Isaiah.
Oh yeah, I said it's from Isaiah. Like I said, like I
Yeah, but you
don't
get the
know
wrong
exact-
chapter. I know, you were close. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So in chapter 7, where we find the prophecy, right, about Emmanuel, do you know what's happening in chapter 7 of Isaiah? Like, do you know any of the context? Where'd he go? What happened?
I think he's looking up something, or he has a phone call.
I'm right here, But it's like on my phone, so I need to like go to the Bible app.
Well, I've got it. Don't worry.
Okay.
So it's just yes or no. Do you? I mean, off the top of your head, it's okay if you don't. Do you know any of the context behind chapter 7?
No, which is why I want to open it right here.
Cool. I'll just read the opening couple lines. In the days of Ahaz.
Like, there's a reason why I say you should wait, because I want to be able to like follow you as you're reading it. If that's okay.
When you swipe away from the app, we can't hear anything you're saying.
Thank you, Joyful Robin, for the
But
sub.
I can hear you, so
All right, I'm going to read. In the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not mount an attack against it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of all of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. Okay, so far it's pretty simple, right? The background is that King Ahaz, the king of Judah, is under attack, right?
yes.
Awesome. And then the next thing that happens is God sends Isaiah to give a word to King Ahaz. It says, the Lord said to Isaiah, go out to meet Ahaz, you and your son. So easy enough. Now, the part that we want to discuss is the second message, because he sends Isaiah a second time. The second time is in verse 10. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God. Let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and is bearing a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. He will eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before you, whose two kings you are dreading, will be deserted. Can you point me to what part of that was about Jesus?
What part? I think verse 14.
Oh, it says, therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child. Is that present tense or future tense?
Therefore the Lord will give you a sign. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, and will call him. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son.
Oh, that's not what's in the passage at all. Are you reading from the King James?
Sorry, it's the NIV. Let me go to the King James.
Don't use either of those. Use the NRSV. They actually translate it from the Hebrew text rather than superimposing the New Testament on top of it.
The version I'm using has like the concordance beside it, so I don't think that's a problem.
It is a problem because in the NIV and the King James,
I've changed it back to the King James. I'm not using NIV.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. In the NIV and the King James, they superimpose the New Testament over top of it. They're not translating directly from the Hebrew text.
Okay.
And
Let
they do
me.
that because they're purposely trying to be deceptive. I
Okay, I'm
use a
coming.
translation that is directly from the Hebrew.
So
Where'd he go?
I kind of have the Hebrew text in Strong, so I think I could just use Google Translate to translate it, and it's going to show me something, right?
You can try, yeah.
All right. So, like, if I leave the call, I'm not going to be able to say anything. Is that okay?
I mean, I don't know how this is going to help you.
Cause like,
Okay, so
I get what you're trying to say. I'm just saying that anytime that I do that, like, I take out the Strong's, like the original Hebrew text, and I put it in Google Translate. It's literally like almost the same thing that I get every single time. But because I can't find the NRSV right here, right now, so I'm sure like if we do that, like it just wouldn't, like the difference wouldn't be that much. But
Yeah, I mean,
okay, so
you could read your version again,
let me
and
just
I would.
help you understand the problem. In the Hebrew text,
Okay.
it does not say the virgin will conceive.
Mm-hmm.
It says that she is with child or she is pregnant. It's present tense.
Okay.
So we have a Hebrew word here, hara, which is either a verb or an adjective. If it's a verb, it's past tense. If it's an adjective, it's present tense. But in neither way is it future tense. And the word virgin doesn't even appear. It's actually alma, just means young woman. So that's why my translation literally says the young woman is with child, because that's what the Hebrew text says. Your translation superimposes the New Testament over top of it because whoever did your Bible translation is dishonest and they want you to think that this is about Jesus when it's not really.
Okay. The version or the verse I was citing was the part where it says he will bear the government. I'm coming. Son given to us.
That's chapter 9.
That's chapter 9. Yeah.
We're in chapter 7.
Okay, we're in chapter 7.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the version that you use and the King James, which one came out earlier? I just want to know. Like, it's not to prove a fact. I just want to know.
Know what?
Like the version you're using and the King James, which one came out? Like, which was the first version?
Neither. The King James wasn't the first version. There was like 4 other versions before the King James.
Like, which came out before which? I'm asking so I can just go and look it up later.
Yeah, you had Wycliffe, Tyndale, and Coverdale all before the King James, and the bishops.
Mm-hmm.
You had 4 Bibles before the King James.
And then the one you're using is the
NRSV.
So that's the New Revised Standard Version?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to check it out later. But from what I can see in King James, like, I won't be able to. Is the study Bible I've been using since, I won't be able to say if anybody has imposed that. I'm just going to look at the 2 versions and see what conclusion I can come up with that. Because, like I said, I can't.
Do any of your versions have the Hebrew?
Yes, like I said, I'm using the Strong's Concordance.
Yeah, so the issue with the Strongs is going to be, it's only going to tell you the meaning of the root and the possible meanings it can have. It's not going to tell you anything about the specific forms and how they will indicate tense.
Yeah.
So Strong's isn't going to help you very much.
Okay, so pardon me. I also have the Blue Letter Bible that has the complete text in Hebrew, so I just copy it from.
That's more helpful.
Yeah, I can copy it from there and just go and check the text on Google Translate. If like it, but I can't do it right now because like I'm literally on my phone. Yeah.
Right.
So,
Well, I mean,
but let's
Google
just say that what you said is true. Like I want you to get like to the bottom of your point, so that because we are talking about Jesus not fulfilling the messianic prophecies.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's just go back to that. So if this is a prophecy and it wasn't talking about Jesus,
but it's not. We're going to cover that. Okay, so let's start in verse 10. In verse 10, who's speaking?
In verse 10, who is speaking?
Yep.
Verse 10 of Isaiah.
Yeah. Verse 10 in chapter 7.
7 verse 10. This is Ahaz.
Yeah, and who's he speaking? No. It's Isaiah. Isaiah is speaking to Ahaz. That's right.
Ask the Lord God.
Yeah,
Again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz. Ask the Lord God for a sign. Yeah. Yes.
Yes. So the message right now is to Ahaz, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the sign that God is going to give to Ahaz?
Then Isaiah said, "Hear now, house of David, therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. The virgin will conceive," but your version says the virgin...
Mine says the young woman is with child and is bearing a son.
Okay.
All right, so the sign is for who?
The sign is for who?
That's what I'm asking, yeah. According
Okay,
to what we just read, who is the sign
according
for?
to what we just read, the sign would be for Ahaz, I guess.
Yes, exactly. The sign is for Ahaz. And the sign is that there's a young woman who's pregnant and she's about to bear a son. And then it says about that child, it says he will eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before you whose two kings you are in dread of will be deserted. We know what that's talking about. The two kings are who? We just read it in the first two verses. King
So in the
Pekah,
first, when Ahaz, son of Jotham, the son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and Pekah, Remina, king of, marched up to fight against Jerusalem, but they could not overpower it. Now, the house of David was told, Aram has allied itself with Ephraim, so the hearts of Ahaz and his people were shaken, as the trees of the forest were shaken by the wind. Then the Lord said to Isaiah, "Go out."
Thank you, Bertram. Yeah, so the prophecy is saying that these two people that you're fearing, these two kings that you're fearing, before the child knows right from wrong, their lands are going to be deserted. So the prophecy is for King Ahaz during King Ahaz's lifetime concerning problems facing King Ahaz. So we're talking about 725 years before Christ. And if you read the rest of chapter 7 and chapter 8, he explains that this is going to happen because the king of Assyria is going to come down and he's going to basically wipe out these two people groups. And then the king of Assyria does exactly that. So if it was fulfilled 725 years before Jesus, how is this about Jesus?
If this was fulfilled 755 years before Jesus, then how is it about Jesus? Okay, so technically, because I'm reading it right now, I'm just trying to like rush through it, but then like how it would be about Jesus would be like just strictly read it. Yeah, like I'm not reading it in context, would be the part of like Emmanuel where he said God with us, and we Christians believe that Jesus is God with us because Emmanuel, that's that. And there's, even if your version says that that the virgin or the young girl was with child, we kind of understand the concept that God, our God, is not a God that is bound by time, and he has a tendency to call things that are not as though they were.
Yeah, but the Emmanuel is not referring to Jesus. The Emmanuel is just a reference to why God is with his people during this time period. That's why in chapter 8, as the prophecy begins to...
pardon me, yeah, just run me through the story. Like, explain to me what is happening again, because like I'm trying to rush read it, so that's not going to do me any good. So just explain to me what's happening.
Yeah, so what's happening is King Ahaz is under attack by King Rezin and King Pekah, all right? And God is saying there's a child who's about to be born, and before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are giving you trouble, their lands are going to be deserted. And he tells you how it's going to happen if you keep reading. In verse 17 says, "The Lord will bring on you and your people and on all of your ancestral house such days have not been seen since the day Ephraim departed from Judah, namely the king of Assyria." So he's saying the king of Assyria is going to come down and just put the hammer down, right? He's going to take these two kingdoms out. It's not going to be pleasant because he's going to attack you as well, but you will actually survive the attack. And then we read about that beginning to happen in chapter 8, right? It says in chapter 8, "Therefore the Lord is bringing up against it the mighty flood waters of the river of the king of Assyria and all of his glory, and it will rise above its channels and overflow all of its banks. It will sweep on into Judah as a flood, pouring over. it will reach up to the neck, and its outspread wings will fill the breadth of your land. And then the very next thing that is said is a statement by the prophet rebuking Assyria. It says, O Emmanuel, band together all of you people and be dismayed. Listen, you far-off countries, gird yourselves and be dismayed. Take counsel together, but it will come to nothing. Speak a word and it will not stand, because God is with us, or Emmanuel. So the Emmanuel clearly seems to be a reference that even though Assyria is going to be attacking Judah, God is with his people and they're going to remain standing.
Okay. So technically, yeah, and the entire gist of this is that so Ahaz, the son of, is like the king of Judah, which is basically a tribe of Israel, and then there are two kings rising up against Israel. Yeah, but they won't be destroyed because God is with them.
Yeah, God is saying that the king of Assyria is going to come down. He's going to create war with your two enemies, and then he's going to create war with you. But your enemies are going to be destroyed, and you're going to be remaining. It's not going to be fun. The water is going to come up to your neck, but you're going to survive.
Okay. So, the context in this, where this would be a prophecy about Jesus here, is because the reason why Jesus came would be for salvation, and you would see this over the context of wars, especially since the Mosaic times, yeah, and the times with Samuel and the rest of them, in the sense of that whenever like they were in wars and or in situations that seemed hopeless, the presence of God would make them victorious and the rest of that here. So this, you could say, would be a kind of foreshadowing as to what is to come, where the final victory over death and sin would come, because God would definitely like be with them. Do you understand the picture I'm trying to paint?
Yeah, but the context is about what's happening during King Ahaz's
Yeah,
time.
so that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not the first time that something like this is happening, and something like this has been happening. Yeah,
Okay,
but
so it has two
one thing we
meanings.
see that has been consistent is that whenever God is with them, they will be saved. So the concept of salvation has always been.
Okay, so when
foreshadowed.
Jesus came, did he save Israel?
Yes, he didn't just save Israel, he saved the world from death and sin, which is the
Oh, no.
primary
Did he save them from their enemies?
from their enemies. So like I said earlier, yeah, if you are talking about the Romans, did he save them from the Romans?
Right.
I said no.
Oh.
Why? Because that was not his primary assignment. Because the primary assignment was against sin and death.
Oh, I don't think that at all. The Messiah is supposed to save Israel from their enemies, not from their sin.
No, you see now, that is the Jewish, that is the Jewish belief. That's what they thought of the prophecies.
Yeah,
That's Jesus Christ.
But why do you think they believe that?
Pardon me. That is why that he is meant to this thing save them from the Romans here. But the truth of the matter is that he came. His primary assignment was to save us from sin and from death.
But that's not in the Bible anywhere. That's what the New Testament says about Jesus, because he didn't fulfill any of the Messianic prophecies.
No. It is actually in the.
It's not.
It is actually in the Old Testament. Like
it's not. I know you think it is, but it's not. Let's read Jeremiah 33 real quick about the Messiah. It says, "The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah." So God is saying, I'm going to fulfill the promise. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in security. And this is the name by which it will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord.
You're in Jeremiah 33?
Jeremiah 33, verse 14 through 18.
Okay.
For thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. And the Levitical priests will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings and to make grain offerings forever. If Jesus is the righteous branch that springs up from David, then somebody needs to explain why he didn't rescue Judah and Jerusalem.
If Jesus is the righteous, so okay, can I just say what I was gonna say from the beginning? Yeah, is that the primary assignments or the primary objective of the Christian faith Yeah, it's not about wars and conquests. Yeah,
I know that though.
most of the prophecies you would see pertaining the Bible, or there is this belief that we have that the Bible is Christocentric, so the Bible is all about Christ.
But it's
So
not.
okay, let let me land.
But I actually know everything you believe. Just stating your beliefs isn't helpful. I want you to demonstrate that
there's a reason.
I want you to demonstrate. I want you to demonstrate the validity of your belief. Everyone here already knows what you believe. We want you to demonstrate that your belief is justified.
Okay, good. And then starting from that, I will go through, like, I would probably start from like Genesis chapter 1, just to prove that the very first like the initial problem was sin and death. Because that is what God wanted to address right from.
There's no sin in Genesis 1.
Like Genesis 1-2, you
mean Genesis 3?
But you catch my drift, or you get my point, or you understand what I'm trying to say, even if I just don't know the exact places.
Well, I don't think Genesis 3 is about Jesus at all.
Okay, good. Where he said, this thing and her seed shall strike the head of the serpent.
Yeah. Did you read the verse before it?
Did I read the verse before it?
Yeah, it says, the Lord God said to the snake, because you have done this, cursed are you among all the animals, among all the wild creatures. Upon your belly you will go, and you will eat dust all the days of your life. Does Satan crawl on his belly?
Does Satan crawl on his belly? I don't know. Have you seen Satan?
Probably not. Yeah. Is Satan one of the wild animals and one of the wild creatures?
Is Satan one of the wild creatures? No, but the snake is.
Okay, so is this about snakes or Satan?
Okay, good. Yeah. So we could say that.
It was a yes or no question. Is it about snakes or about Satan?
Is this about snakes or about Satan? It's probably about Satan.
It's probably about snakes. Because snakes crawl on their bellies. Snakes burrow, and they were believed for many years to actually eat the dirt like worms, but they don't.
Okay, but we could also beg the question: do snakes talk?
No, but do
exactly.
Donkeys...
So we could do that too.
Do donkeys talk?
Do donkeys talk?
Yeah.
Donkeys too don't talk.
Fantastic. Okay, so donkeys don't talk, and neither do snakes, except in the Bible.
Except in the Bible, in the case of Balaam. So if in the case of Balaam, where the angel opened the mouth of the donkey, why don't you think Satan could also open the mouth of the snake?
But the snake was cursed, not Satan.
The snake was cursed because it's made itself available for you.
That's right. Satan too, so if
you see, Satan was also addressed.
Listen. If Satan was there, why was Satan not punished? Why was the snake punished?
But he was, though.
What was his punishment?
The punishment was what comes after the crawling of the bellies, and you said, and her seed will crush your head, and the rest of that.
That's the punishment for the snake.
Yeah, but you see now that's
what's the punishment for Satan?
But we can say that that's also a foreshadowing of how sin would be defeated.
It's not. Because this doesn't say anything about sin. It doesn't say anything about Satan. It doesn't say anything about sin. You're adding into the text something that is not actually in the text.
Okay, that's what I'm just saying, because that's like the easiest context that I can think of off the top of my head right now.
If this is the best you can do about how the Old Testament points to Jesus, this is going to be a painful discussion.
Like I said,
can you point to an actual prophecy from an actual prophet?
A prophecy.
Can you point to an actual prophecy from an actual prophet?
We could go to the one in Isaiah 9 where the government shall rest upon his shoulders. But I would want to wait. I would actually want to point out something that happened in Psalm 22.
Psalm 22 is not a prophecy.
Yeah, but
we already
the fact
covered
that Jesus cited it meant a lot too.
It's not a all right, we'll just try this one more time. Psalm 22 is not a prophecy. Psalm 22 is a case of somebody finding some random words in the Old Testament and then applying it to Jesus and calling it a prophecy.
Nah, Psalm 22. Pardon me. Psalm 22 literally said.
I know what it literally says. I've read it 4 million times with every apologist who hasn't actually read the Bible. Psalm 22 is David describing his own present struggles. It is a psalm of David. It literally starts out, to the leader according to the deer of the dawn, a psalm of David. Psalm 22 is not a prophecy. There's no double fulfillment happening here. If you can't point to an actual prophet who made actual future predictions, then I'm led to believe that you haven't read the Old Testament.
Bro, you should actually let me talk without muting me. Don't you think that's a
Isn't
little
that
bit
the
rude?
verse that Rebel Rabbi was showing us last night?
No, that was Psalm 110. But
Okay.
Rebel Rabbi has
Okay.
covered Psalm 22.
But
And Choco, the reason why we keep over talking you is because you keep trying to talk in the middle of my sentence.
no,
If
I
you would
don't.
just wait,
If I don't
if you
understand what
you're doing
saying,
it
I will
again,
say you should
Choco. You're doing it
explain.
again. You're doing it again. If you would just let me finish my statement, then I would not overtalk you.
Okay, good. But you should also be conscious too, because if I'm talking and you're talking, I would like to get my point across.
Yes, but you keep talking. The beginning of your point is always in the middle of my point. Can you wait
Okay,
for me to finish my point before you start talking?
I'm sorry about that. Yes, but I'm still going to reference to Psalm 22. Why? Because there were things that David said there, where they have casted lots upon the garments, and we see these things literally happening.
Okay. I'll just address this easily. I'm going to read Isaiah 65:9. It says, I will bring forth descendants. I have brought forth descendants. I have a child. Did I fulfill that prophecy?
Isaiah 65.
Isaiah 65:9 says, I will bring forth descendants. Did I fulfill the prophecy?
I will bring forth descendants.
Where's he going?
Sorry. I'm literally trying to like open it up and like see.
I just read it for you. It says, I will bring
Like, you just
forth
said, I will bring forth
descendants.
descendants. Like,
Did
what does
I
that mean?
fulfill that prophecy?
I don't know.
Why don't you
I don't know
know?
what. Like, I don't know in what context.
Okay,
the
what
prophet
does
was
it
saying
say?
That
Does it say?
Did you bring forth descendants?
Does it say I will bring forth the descendants? Yes or no?
Should I open it and check?
Does it say I will bring forth descendants? Yes or no?
Let me open it and check?
I just read it.
Okay,
Isaiah
if that's
65:9. I will bring forth the descendants.
If that is what it says, then that's what it says.
Fantastic. Okay, I have descendants. That means I've fulfilled the prophecy, correct?
I guess so.
Fantastic. Jeremiah 4:31. I've heard the cry of a woman in labor, in anguish, as if one bringing forth her first child. I've done this twice. I've been with two different women while they were giving birth to their first child. Did I fulfill this prophecy?
Did you fulfill the prophecy?
Yeah.
No.
Have
Wait,
I heard the cry of a woman in labor?
I guess you have.
Okay, so I fulfilled the prophecy. Okay, Isaiah 16:3. Hide the outcast and do not betray the fugitive. I had at least one occasion where I actually had to hide an outcast. Did I fulfill Isaiah 16:3?
Okay, in your context, then you have.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Now the context matters. Funny.
No.
Like when I apply the prophecy to me, the context starts to matter. Weird how that is.
Wait, the reason why I said in your context is because you're pulling these verses up and I don't have the chance to like check them. But I'm sure that this prophecy was referring to one particular person. So it doesn't matter
That's
if you
right.
get them.
That's right. Yeah. So the context of what being said is actually important. You can't just randomly apply words to somebody because the words sound similar. That's not how prophecies work. And that's why you can't just take Psalm 22 and say, look, this thing that happened to David is eerily similar to a thing that happened to Jesus. We're going to call it a prophecy. That's not how prophecies work.
Okay, can we read Psalm 22 then?
Did you hear anything I just said?
Yes, I understand.
What did I say?
Can we
Hear a
read Psalm
word.
22?
What
and
did I just say?
understand
What did I just say?
That because something happened to someone and is also happening to another person, we can't say it's a prophecy.
Okay, so is a prophecy a prediction of the future, or is a prophecy just words sound similar?
A prophecy is a prediction of the future.
Okay, can you show me in verse 16, 17, and 18 where it says anything about the future?
Verses 16 of what?
Psalm 22, you said there's a prophecy here. Show me
Okay.
one word in
So,
verses 6.
pardon me, let me open it.
Listen. Show me one word in 16, 17, and 18 that is in the future.
I'm opening the scripture, so I'm just going to take a little bit of time.
I know, he doesn't have a real Bible.
Bro, my Bible is on my phone. I don't have any physical Bible because I'm not at home. Okay.
That's also a pattern too. They're never home when they come to debate either.
I don't know why this is.
Bruh, I'm literally in Hungary. It is 3:55. Why would I be lying about that?
I'm
a
hungry too.
Nigerian.
I'm starving.
I'm a Nigerian. It is
All that
3:55
watermelon you
a.m.
ate.
Let me know when you find a word that's in the future tense.
I'm on Psalm 22. Yeah. I'm on Psalm 22. So you said in verses 14.
Verse 6, 16 through 18, those are the ones that you think are a prophecy. Show me one word that's in the future.
I should show you one word that everything from verses 1 to
Verses 16 through 18 is the part that you think is a prophecy.
no, I think the entire chapter just foreshadowed what happened to David.
Okay, it is. It's something that happened to David. Thank you.
What happened to Jesus?
It happened to David.
Because we see
My
that
God, why have you forsaken me? Is that present tense or future tense?
It is present tense.
And who's speaking?
David.
So then it's not a prophecy. It's David speaking about himself in the present tense.
Okay, good. So a psalm is a sacred psalm or hymn or in any of those
Yes, we know what a psalm is.
Yes, so that's what a psalm is. So why would David sing something like this if it doesn't necessarily or if it didn't happen to him?
Do you know what a dirge is?
A dirge, I guess, a type of poetry, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it's a type of negative poetry. Yes, David wrote many psalms depicting his own suffering.
Okay, so what was he going through when he wrote this?
You tell me.
That's what I'm telling you, that there was nothing that warranted for this.
He's obviously being encompassed by his enemies because that's what he says happened. Have you read about David's life in Samuel?
I have read, but I haven't finished the book of Samuel.
Have you not read where David had been taken by his foes?
Where he has been taken by his foes?
Yeah.
Didn't that happen to David a lot of times?
Yeah. Don't you think David had plenty of reasons to think that his enemies were all around him and that he was forsaken? Do you think that was possible?
Okay, I do. I do think it's possible.
Cool.
But I'm
so
just saying that
what about David's life cannot be applied to Psalm 22?
Okay. What about his life cannot be applied to Psalm 22?
Yeah, and also I'm still waiting for a single word in here that's future tense, because everything here is David describing his own struggles in the present tense until you get to the very end of the psalm when he switches like he always does to, but I know that you'll rescue me.
But I know you rescue me, he has done it.
Yes, I know. All of David's psalms that depict his own suffering end the same way. God, where are you? God, why aren't you answering me? God, why have you forsaken me? And then eventually he gets to the end and he says, I know you're going to save me. I'll praise your name, yada, yada, yada. This is like every psalm is the same. So as I said, when we started the conversation, this is a psalm written by David about David. There's not a single word in here that is a future prophecy, except for David when he talks about what he is going to do.
Chet, you okay up there? Just vibing.
Yeah, I'm just hanging out. That's okay.
Of
Guys, if you're not
course.
following Chet, make sure you do. Chet's a dynamic, intelligent young man who's going to take over TikTok. He'll be supplanting me on TikTok Live eventually.
Well, for right now, Justin carries his own pretty well, so I just hang out and jump in a little bit here and there with Hebrew stuff. But just when it comes to the Bible as a whole, Justin knows way more than me. Don't let him fool you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
So modest.
I can hear you.
Sorry, my internet died.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
All right. Would I be correct in saying that you don't know any of the actual prophecies about the Messiah?
I don't know any of the actual prophecies. The thing is, I know, but maybe this is just a bad time. Maybe because I'm nervous. It's the first time I'm doing this.
Good enough. That's a fair admission.
Yeah. So, like, I can only tell you, like, but don't you think that this stuff that happening to David, like, they're the exact same things that happened to Jesus, but where they cast lots on his clothes, pierced him by the side, and, like, he admitted to it, and then the exact questions that they asked and the rest of that was, like, his reference.
Yeah, but are you not aware that the gospel authors purposely wrote the narrative knowing what was in Psalm 22? Do you think they didn't like move the needle on how they wrote the narrative?
Do I think they do not move the needle as to how they wrote the narrative? Well,
listen, if Jesus fulfilled every messianic prophecy in the Old Testament, and then it also happened that he paralleled Psalm 22, then I'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool that he did that. But he didn't. He fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies. So when we get to Psalm 22 and you're like, well, this is the proof that he's the Messiah, that's the weakest proof in the world because it's not even a prophecy. In Deuteronomy 18, God gives the test of a prophet. What's the test of a prophet?
Deuteronomy chapter what?
Deuteronomy 18.
Okay, could you please read it?
Yeah, it says, if anyone does not heed words that the prophet shall speak in my name, I myself will hold him accountable. But any prophet who speaks in the name of another God or who presumes to speak in my name, a word that I have not commanded them to speak, that prophet shall die. You may ask yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or does not prove to be true, it is not a word that the Lord has spoken. So we would expect that something the prophet is saying is revealing information about the present or making a future prediction. But we find neither of that in Psalm 22.
Okay. So yeah, so probably like I'm just not well studied, but yeah, what I'm going to say is that there are prophecies that Jesus did fulfill, but probably because I'm kind of nervous right now, and
It's okay.
Yeah, like it's my first time doing this here, but
It's nerve-wracking. I'll give you that.
yeah, it's my first time doing this, but I'm very sure that I would get back to you because, like I said, it's 4 a.m. I was about to sleep, and then I just heard like the other guy, and I was like, nah, he wasn't really consistent for me too. So I wanted to come and like see if we could have a civil discussion. Yeah. So, like I said earlier, just going back through the things I have said so far, why I would say that the Christian God, was just because he was because he rose up from the dead. And why would I support that claim is because there are accounts that support the claim. You claim that the accounts have been tampered with or
Well, Josephus doesn't say he rose from the dead.
No, like just not Josephus, like other than Josephus, like because I haven't done like an extensive study. Like I said, I'm literally like a student. Like I haven't done an extensive study, so I haven't like had the time to go into this. So other than Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, my any other reference I would have would be Josephus because that's the only one I have come upon. But I'm sure that there are other references. But based on those ones, because those are like historical books that they brought together, which you know. And someone in the comments was saying that it's my book. It's not my book. It's a book. It's a book I read. So based on those, like he rose from the dead, and that is my belief that is why I believe that he's the Christian God, because there's proof that he existed, and that one is like
Yeah, but
that
I already
one
told
can't
you
be.
I thought he existed.
Yeah. I'm saying that one can't be. So the bane of contention is if he rose from the dead, and there are proofs that he rose from the dead. Yeah, there are proof that he rose from the dead based
Yeah,
on the
but you
books or
didn't
based on
present
the
any.
eyewitness account. And I think
Who?
that is where the Christian faith.
But
Let me just finish real
but
quick
the
so
only
that.
eyewitness accounts we have are untrustworthy. Because like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, first of all, are full of bad prophecies, which we started to cover, and like Jesus is clearly telling lies. Would you like to hear a lie of Jesus?
Okay.
Matthew
This is
16:24. I mean, 16:27.
Matthew 16:27. Could you please read it?
Yeah, it says, "The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he will repay everybody for what has been done," or your translation might say, "for their deeds. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." So he just said the second coming is going to happen, and that's going to happen before the people standing there all pass away. Some of you standing here will not pass away before these things happen.
Yes, and I think another place would reference that particular thing and say that he was referring to John, the beloved.
What you cut out there? I didn't hear what you said. Trying to say it again.
I was just about to say that.
I'm trying to say that I think another scripture would say that
Where does he keep
John
going?
the beloved, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, my phone is actually quite low.
Yeah, he says
Did
the
you
Son
get
of
me?
Man is going to come with the angels in the glory of his Father to repay everybody for their deeds. That's the second coming, right?
Yeah, there is a second coming.
Cool. And then he says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." So did his disciples all taste death?
Did his disciples all taste that? Yeah, from what we know, yes.
Yeah.
But
So Jesus lied.
so they said the prophecy was that specific prophecy was in regards to John the beloved in one of the scriptures. So
No, you just said it was
he
about the
didn't.
second coming.
No, like the prophecy about some of you here not tasting death. That one would be I think a scripture pinpointed it to John the beloved, if I'm not mistaken.
I have
And
no clue what you're
then
talking about. Jesus says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." What does it mean to come in his kingdom?
yes, and I'm saying that what that means is that somebody would not taste death. Yeah. And
Yeah,
I'm saying that
some people will still be
I think
alive.
another gospel or another of the gospel like pinpointed that to John the Baptist, that he was referring to John the Baptist. I
So
said John John the beloved, my bad.
I have no idea what John the Beloved has to do with Jesus coming in his kingdom to
No,
judge.
not the coming in his kingdom. The part, okay, he's still coming in his kingdom, yes.
Yes.
But that is yet to be seen. The part I think where you're saying he lied is the part where he said some of you will not taste death.
Yes. Did they all taste death?
Did they all taste death? So
Did Jesus come back and have his second coming?
he is coming back.
But did he do it before they all died?
Did he do it before they all died? So that's the thing. We can't necessarily say if they all died because we don't have proof for the
They're all
death
dead.
of John the beloved.
Don't get up here and lie. You know they all died.
Like I'm not lying, but I'm just saying that we don't have proof for the death of John the beloved. But even at that too, he's still going to come. And I don't know what he meant in that context, but I'm very sure that there are numerous explanations online.
The explanation is that Jesus is a liar because he says the same thing in Matthew 24. He gives a whole list of things to look for, signs of the very end. It says all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with the great sound of a trumpet, and they will gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. And then he says, this generation will by no means pass away until all of these things take place, yada, yada. And that generation all passed away.
I think the generation he was referring to there was the generation of people that if you believe that he saved you, if you believe that he died for your sins, then you'll be saved. That's
No,
like the
because
generation.
they pass away. In
Um,
your hypothetical, the people who believe on Jesus never pass away.
yes.
So it's not referring to a spiritual death, it's referring to a physical death.
Okay. So that is what I'm trying to say, that the people who believe in that will not die, unless I am not understanding you properly.
It says this generation will by no means pass away until these things take place.
Okay, so what generation was he referring to?
The
from
generation the generation currently living, which is why everybody else in the New Testament expected Jesus to come
So-
back within his lifetime. Paul even instructed the people in the church
Mhm.
to, if you are married, pretend that you're not married because the end of all things is near.
When did he say that?
That's in Corinthians chapter 7. Let's go to verse 30.
He said, pretend you're not married.
Yes. We'll start in verse 28. But if you do marry, you have not sinned. If a virgin marries, she has not sinned. But those who marry will face troubles in this life, and I want to spare this for you. What I mean, brothers and sisters, is that the time is short. From now on, those who have wives should live as though they do not, and those who mourn as though they are not mourning, those who rejoice as though they are not rejoicing, those who buy as though they have no possessions, and those who deal with the world as though they have no dealings with it. For the present form of this world is passing away.
Okay, but he didn't tell anybody to deny their wives.
Yeah, he said, live as though you're not married.
Live as though you're not married. In what context? Are you sure he wasn't talking about spreading the gospel?
So for now on, those who have wives should live as
No,
though...
like before he said that.
From now on, those who have wives should live as though they do not.
Yeah, before he started talking about that, there are other things that have come before. Like these are letters. Yeah, so they weren't like giving verse 1, verse 2, verse 3. So this is like a complete letter.
Yes,
you're
I've
going
read the
to
whole
have to-
letter.
You're going
I've
to have
read
to
the whole
understand
letter.
everything.
That's
You're
why I
going to
know
have to
this is in
understand
here.
everything he's talking about before we
I've
get to that
read
point.
the whole letter. That's why I know it's in here. What does it mean to have a wife and live as though you don't have a wife?
Which is why I said that you're going to have to read it in context and
What does
understand
it
why he is saying
mean
this.
to have a wife but live as though you do not have a wife?
Bro, if you have the patience, I can look it up now and then just like read the entire chapter or read and then come back to you.
I've already read the entire chapter. That's why I'm
But
bringing it up.
like I said,
Hold
but I
on,
haven't.
gentlemen. Hold on. Go ahead, Chet. I saw you on mute.
Like,
Well, I get like the issue is it sort of doesn't matter exactly what's meant, because the point is that what Paul is asking of their immediate behavior has to do with his belief that the end is going to happen in their lifetime. So whatever he means by this, right, it's clear from this text that Paul is assuming that the coming of Christ is imminent. Like actually the people he's talking to will be present when Christ comes. So whatever the specifics are, it seems to me is a bit irrelevant to the point that Justin is making.
So thank you.
And Paul
Can I-
reiterates it in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4. It says, we who are still alive and remain will be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. We who are still alive. He's including himself.
Okay, so thank you for letting me speak. So obviously every generation since Jesus Christ has come and gone and is coming back again has lived as though we are preparing for his coming. Like, do you understand? Just tell me if you're following what I'm like. Just not if you're
Not
following
at
what
all.
I'm saying.
Not
Okay,
at
so
all.
I'm saying every generation since Christ has come and gone.
That's right. That's why
Leave-
Christ is a liar.
No.
He
Every
says
generation
this
since Christ-
this generation by no means will pass away until all of these things take place. Did those things take place in Matthew 24?
What are the things that he's referring to?
His second coming.
Okay, no, his second coming has not yet taken place, which is why.
Okay, and he says that it's going to take place. He says this generation will by no means pass away until all of these things take place.
Okay. Well, this space is really tough. People are saying I'm spewing BS, but either way, the things didn't take place. What I was about to say is that every generation of Christians live as though it's the end time. Every generation of Christians, right from when I've been a little kid, right now I'm like 22 or 21. We've been saying that the Lord will come, the Lord will come, the Lord will come, and we have been preparing likewise.
Yeah,
And we have been
and
preparing,
he's never going to come
and
because
we have been
he's
preparing likewise. And we
dead.
are yet to see
That sounds so
that.
dirty.
We are yet to see if he comes, which is where our faith comes in.
But he
Because
never comes, and he never will, because he's
which is
dead.
where our faith comes in, which is what makes us Christian, that we believe that what he says will happen.
Yes, but
And it
I'm
will
not that
happen.
gullible.
Hmm?
I'm not that gullible. I can look at the book, I can see it's full of lies, contradictions, and failed prophecies. Why would I put faith in that?
Okay, I put faith in the person of Jesus Christ.
Why?
Why? Because I can say from personal experience for myself, because it has been working. He has been working for me, right from
Personal
when I was a child.
experience.
Like I said, I can say from personal experience too.
There you
I
go.
can say, which is why I said that which of his teachings you said are lies. Yeah, because what he taught is what I live by, and they've been working for me like quite well. And I've seen people too that they have been working for that's working for them. Somebody just said nothing in the comment, nothing quite as sad as a black Christian. Bruh, like
Yeah,
the funny
Whoa, hold on. Who said that?
nah, it's okay. Like,
No, we don't condone that here, whether you believe or not believe that. No. No,
Yeah,
no.
let's
I
not
don't
bring
think so.
let's not bring
I'm
race
actually being
into
serious.
it.
Like, it's okay because like it's not like, although I was born a Christian, I wasn't a Christian until I was like 19, and it's because I went and I searched for the truth for
Yeah.
myself.
Sure.
Yeah,
Is
which
it
is why
is it your understanding that slavery was always bad?
yes, it's always been bad.
Was it good when God said you can do it?
When did God say you can do it?
Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 and Exodus 21 verses 1 through 14.
Could you please read it?
Yeah. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you forever, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, you should not rule over one another with harshness.
Okay, so first of all, this is Moses speaking.
It's God's law.
What makes it God's law?
Leviticus 25:1. The Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say to them." And then the whole chapter is what God told Moses to say.
Okay. Well, so first of all, yeah, slavery was a thing that was already rampant in that time.
Was it
Yeah.
bad?
It was bad, but that doesn't mean God endorsed it.
Well, he said you could do it.
He didn't say you could do it, but
We'll
like,
try it again.
Like I
It
said,
says, as for the male and female slaves who you are allowed to have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. What does it mean when he says you
Okay.
may do it?
So he said like you are allowed to have, mean that they were allowed to have slaves in their time.
That's right. They're allowed to do it. Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's not
they're
bad,
allowed
is
to
it?
have slaves in their time, and he could
Was
have
it
as well
bad?
said that.
Was it
slavery,
a bad thing?
We've gotten to the point that yes, slavery has always been bad. I'm not
Okay,
saying
so
God
then
did
God
not,
is evil.
No, God did not endorse slavery because they
Well,
already
he just
had
said
slaves.
you can do it.
But they already had slaves.
Maybe one or two, but not many. They literally just
No,
got
they
saved.
had they
They
had
literally
many slaves.
shh. They literally just got freed from slavery. How many slaves do you think slaves own?
How many slaves do I think slaves own?
Yeah.
I not much, I guess.
There we go. So they just left slavery in Egypt, and immediately upon leaving slavery in Egypt, God says, "You can own slaves."
Okay, so we can't tell if it's immediately because I believe this is happening in Leviticus.
Yes, and Leviticus is immediately.
And Leviticus is after Exodus. So
And
the
Leviticus.
entire so
Do you
When's
know the
Exodus?
timeline of the Exodus?
The Exodus is just after they left Egypt, innit?
Yes, right. And when were the laws given?
the laws were given over time progressively.
There were two main bodies of laws. One was given while Moses was still at Mount Sinai, and then there was a second giving of the laws before they entered the promised land, right before Moses died. That's in the book of Deuteronomy. We're in Leviticus, which means this law was given while Moses and everybody were still camped at Sinai. So this is right after they left.
So I haven't read the entire Pentateuch, but I'm of the opinion that the laws were given progressively, because you see Moses.
I didn't say they weren't. What I'm saying is,
Yeah. I'm saying that. Pardon me. Let me finish. Thank you. I'm saying that just so you don't misunderstand me, I'm saying that it wasn't just those two times that the laws came about. I am very certain that the laws came as a progressive action as to what was happening in the camp at time.
right? And how does that make slavery better?
And how does that make slavery better? Is because this brother Moses, and these guys, like, as they are moving, obviously they were used to conquering and taking slaves. So
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
Name one time prior to this where they conquered anybody and took slaves.
I should name one time prior to before they were slaves in Egypt.
Yes, they didn't conquer anybody. They were conquered.
I'm saying that on the road, like on the way to Canaan, they fought different people.
Yeah, and God said you can make slaves. I know. Did they need slaves?
God didn't say they make this sin. What?
No, he does.
God didn't say they may keep slaves. God says you have slaves.
He didn't say that.
Yeah,
he
no,
says you can have slaves.
Yeah,
Okay, please
Leviticus
read it again.
25. Leviticus 25 is telling you where you can buy your slaves from. It's not telling you how to treat the slaves that you already have.
Okay, so I'm just going to pin this one on maybe on my ignorance, but one thing I know about the character of God in and of itself is that he does not permit slavery. Yeah,
Well,
and you may say that
You don't know
and
that
you
from
may
the
say that-
Bible. You do not know that from the Bible. You made that up.
I do know that from the Bible. I know that from the character
Okay,
of,
what does Leviticus 25 say?
like I said, I haven't read the entire Pentateuch.
Does Leviticus 25 say you can buy slaves?
Does it say, could you please read it again? And I'll answer yes or no.
As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves.
Okay, it says that you may have slaves.
Yes. Great. So don't tell me that God is against slavery when he says you can do it.
He didn't say you can do it.
He says you may do it.
Bro, because it is.
Do you know what the word may means?
May means you may do it. Like, I don't.
Yeah,
like,
if I say you may go to the store, it means you can go to the store.
Yeah.
Cool. So God says you can do it. Could God have said you can't do it? Could he have said that?
Yeah, he could have said that, but then, like
Okay,
I
but
said,
why
this
didn't he?
Like I said, this is Moses addressing these guys.
No, it's God giving his law through Moses. Leviticus 25:1. The Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say to them." And then everything in the chapter is what God told Moses to say.
So that's how the chapter started.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. But then what I'm just going to say is that it is something that was permissible in that time, yes. So I don't think even
Are God's laws objective or subjective?
objective or subjective.
Okay, so the time period doesn't matter, does it?
But are God's laws objective or subjective? When you say something is objective, what does it mean? And when you say something is subjective, what does it mean? Help
Is
me
it
out.
independent of a mind and context?
Is it independent of a mind and context?
Is slavery always wrong? We started the conversation with you saying yes.
Like slavery.
Okay, so
slavery
it was
has
wrong
always
when
been wrong, but there was a
it
time
was wrong when
considered
God
right.
said you can do it, wasn't it? It was wrong when God said you can do it, wasn't it?
It was wrong when God said you could do it.
Then why did he say you could do it?
Then why did he say you could do it? So you asking me if then why did he say you could do it? I don't know his reasons, but what I can tell you is that like I said, laws, especially the the Jewish ceremonial laws and the rest of that. The Jewish ceremonial laws are just that they've progressed over time to address their needs and the rest of that. So, which
We're
is
talking
why
about slavery.
I know. And you
Is
say
slavery a
this is a law
ceremonial
on.
law?
I'm saying that there are different laws, like not just
But
there are
we're talking
ceremonial
about
laws.
slavery.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like the laws and the rest of that because is this a law on slavery?
Yes, it's a law on slavery. Do you want to hear another law on slavery?
But wait. That's true. I did, but it doesn't sound like a law on slavery.
It literally says you can own slaves, you can treat them as property, and you can make them inheritable to your children after you. How is that not slavery?
How
is
is
that?
that not? How
Yeah.
is that not slavery? Because in our modern day, you don't make slave inheritance. But yeah,
Yeah, you would.
let's say okay.
That's the definition of slavery, your
Okay,
property.
let's say slavery is permitted. The next verse.
Which one? Which one do you want to read?
I don't know. You said you were going to read another one.
Oh yeah, Exodus 21, right? It says when a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod, and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. If the slave survives for a day or two, there is no punishment because the slave is the owner's property. So you could beat your slaves too.
And this is God that gave them this rule.
Yep.
Okay, so like I said, yeah, with time, all these things were acceptable. Like, so it's like Moses saying an eye for an eye.
So slavery wasn't always bad, was it?
Yes, slavery wasn't always bad.
Okay, when did it become bad?
I don't know,
Thank you,
as time
Satan.
has progressed.
Can you show me in the Bible where it becomes bad? Thank you, Satan. Where does God say don't own slaves?
Where does God say don't own slaves? I don't know any place per
Cool.
se.
So God's in multiple places says you can own slaves. He
No,
never
God-
said he
no,
never
what-
says that you shouldn't own slaves. So at what point in time, like, why will you get the impression that slavery is against God?
Okay, so God at every point in time acknowledges that people own slaves and addresses it likewise.
Yes. Did people always commit adultery? Has
Did people
adultery
always
has
commit
adultery
adultery?
always
I
been a
guess so.
problem?
Adultery has always been a problem, yes.
And God doesn't want people to commit adultery, does he?
Yes.
So he created a law telling people not to commit adultery. Does God want people to own slaves?
Does God want people to own slaves? Probably not.
Then why does he create a law saying you can own slaves?
Okay, like I said earlier, yeah, I know it may sound like double standard, but please try to get where I'm coming from. Yeah, these are things that they were used to. Yeah, and in their side, they didn't see slavery as a bad thing, but objectively, everybody saw adultery as a bad thing.
Thank you, 40. Yeah, when God doesn't want you to do something, he tells you not to do it.
Yeah, so it's more or less like there's a part in the New Testament, I think in Romans, where it says that there are already laws that are like written in our hearts. There we know those things that are inherently bad and inherently wrong. And if you notice, like the first laws and
Yeah, Romans 1. I know about it. So why do you have a problem with slavery then?
like if you notice like the first law in Romans 1. So
Right.
I'm
But
guessing that at some
why
point
do you
slavery
have
was
a problem with
acceptable to them.
slavery? If God's laws are written on your heart, why do you have a problem with slavery?
If God's laws are written in my heart, then why do I have a problem with slavery? If I was born in those times, I'm sure I wouldn't have as much of a problem with slavery.
When you follow the laws of God, are you doing what is
Oh my
good and
Jesus. What is this?
when you follow the laws of God, are you doing what is good and right in the eyes of the Lord?
Am I doing what is good and right in the eyes of the Lord? So, yes, I guess.
Yeah. So
Wait, I'm coming. The
at
question
no point in
is-
time would following God's law result in you doing bad, would it?
Wait, pardon me. Yeah. The question is a little bit tricky because for Christians, we know that when we follow the law, like the law is not what makes us righteous.
I never said
before
that.
God.
Are all of God's laws
Yeah.
good?
Are all of God's laws good?
Yep.
Well, I know that all of God's laws are to address something, but hopefully they are good, yes.
Okay, so God doesn't give any bad laws, which means the law about owning slaves is a good law. We should be allowed to own slaves.
So the law that owning slaves is a good law.
Yeah.
No, I feel like the law at that time was to address something.
So God's laws aren't
Okay,
good.
let me give you an instance here. For example, in the case of like an eye for an eye, we understand that in that scenario, if it wasn't an eye for an eye, it's if somebody does something to you, go and then you burn up his entire village and kill like
That's not
people.
what eye for an eye is.
No, I know that's not what an eye for an eye is, but that was what or that was Moses' way of trying to like interpret a law like forgiveness, because
God's way. That's what God said.
Exactly, because if somebody said because if somebody wronged you, you go and then you kill his entire family. So Moses kind of mellowed it down to an eye for an eye, and then Jesus came.
Cite your source. Cite your source where it says that somebody's going to go and burn down an entire village because of a crime committed against them.
That is what we see in the case of.
Show it to me. Citation needed.
That's what I'm going to tell you an instance, because it seems that you're even more well read in the Bible than me. So I'm going to tell you an instance in the case of this guy, David's children. There was one of his children that they raped his sister, and he went and he killed. His name starts with A.
Absalom?
I think so, yeah. I think they raped his sister, and he went and he killed
Amnon.
And he killed everybody there. And there are also cases too with the Israelites.
Amnon. The revenge of Amnon.
Yeah. And then there are also cases too with the Israelites.
That was after the law.
Yeah, I'm saying that there are also cases too with the Israelites doing things like that before.
That's in 2 Samuel 13, 23 through 39, the revenge on Amnon. Let's see now.
Yeah. And we can see like from further, like we can see from like other instances too where things happen with the Israelites, and then they will go ahead and like do things like this. So an eye for an eye was kind of like a way to alleviate that.
You keep talking, but I'm not listening. I'm trying to read the passage that you brought up because I don't think you're citing it correctly.
Okay.
So Amnon killed his brother and the sons of his brother.
Yeah.
And this is the problem. Why?
And the sons of because they raped because he slept with his sister.
Yeah, but God does that all the time.
God does that all the time.
Yeah, God punishes people for the crimes of somebody else all the time. Who got punished for David and Bathsheba's crime?
The kid.
Yeah, the kid and
died?
David's wives. The kid was made sick for 7 days and then died. And then God said that he's going to raise up trouble within his own house, and he's going to take his wives. And we'll just read it. It's in 2 Samuel chapter 12.
Yeah. I know what you're saying is correct. So you can just, because I really need to sleep soon. Like I need to wake up in like 2 hours. So like I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So this is all to justify slavery so far. You still haven't given me a good reason why God couldn't just say.
I'm not trying to justify slavery.
Could God just say don't own slaves?
Yes, he could.
But he didn't.
Yeah, I guess he didn't.
Cool, because he's not concerned with it, is he? Is he concerned with mixed fabrics?
Is he concerned with mixed fabrics?
Yeah.
I know that there's a law on that one somewhere.
Yeah. Is he concerned with pork and shellfish? Yeah. Is he concerned with trimming your sideburns?
Trimming your sideburns.
Yes. He's concerned with all of these things, yet not concerned at all about owning slaves. He says you can just do it.
Okay, so like I said, yeah, these laws were made in different times to address different things. And this law on slavery, okay, we can agree to disagree on that one. But
God said the laws are forever.
I'm going to promise you something, yeah. I will follow you, and once I have done a little bit more research and I'm a little bit more solid, I would definitely come back.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I appreciate that.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, man. I appreciate you. You've been a good guest.
Thanks for having me. You're a really nice host.
All right, cheers, man.
All right, cheers. Bye.
Sleep well.
All right. Bye.
He was a good guy. All right, guys. I was going to end it at 10. We went longer because we were having so much fun. Thank you so much for being here. Chet, thanks for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for having me. I love hanging out.
Guys, thank you so much for spending the last couple of days with us. We will be. What is today? Is it Monday or Tuesday?
It's Monday.
Monday. I'm not going live tomorrow, but I am going to go live Wednesday as per usual. I think Joyful and Joel will be live tomorrow, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. So let's